Williams for me has had 2 weeks with no
Yeah.
points
Yeah.
for the Lions. Like 2 weeks, and Evans, who
we are
was
live now,
my
folks.
I think my
Yeah,
first
yeah,
receiver
exactly.
pick, hasn't played all season.
Yeah, that's right. We pay for all the heat and the power.
We're live.
Oh
We're
yeah,
live.
my team's
So you
actually
guys
better
We are now live.
Yes.
with
Appreciate that, thanks, Dave.
Olave.
Sorry.
He's made the
You
difference.
didn't want that conversation.
Yeah,
Right.
I actually have a receiver that gets points now.
I was looking, I was gonna see if you had running back, I'd give you a champion.
You're gonna get some emails from Casey.
Okay. So, sounds good.
Are we live?
Yeah. Not sure we're ready, but.
He's shoveling snow. He'll be here shortly, he said. So.
That's not the first budget meeting he's been late to because of snow.
True enough.
Yeah.
He's
It's
doing a
on the
good thing.
website, it's not
Yeah,
confidential.
that's right. Yeah, we'll bring it up when we get to it here. Maybe in a section.
So,
Yeah.
are you deputy right now?
Correct.
Okay. I'll be in and out throughout the day.
Okay,
Series of meetings.
fair enough.
It's scanned and sent to you. It came through as a scan,
Oh, did
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
220.
And if you didn't get it,
Was that
let me
like new
know.
this year?
Yeah.
But yeah, I scanned it to you and, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Well, everybody's here, so it was easy.
Okay, call the meeting to order. Acknowledge that the Smoking Valley in which we learn, work, and organize is the ancestral traditional unceded territory of the Smoking people, home of the first Smoking Indian band. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
So move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Willis, seconder.
So seconded.
Elliott. All in favor? Carried, thank you. And we're gonna go straight down to staff reports, and we are going to work on budget today, so I will hand it over to James, and just for the record, I will be in and out, so the chair will pass between myself and Councillor Elliott as the day goes on. It's all yours, James.
I never usually turn them on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you alluded to, we are now into the budget season for 2026. I'm happy to present the first draft of the 5-year financial plan, 2026 to 2030. 5 years is the end of 2030 now, so.
That is crazy.
Sounds futuristic, but it's not really there. So, our agenda is as we usually do. We'll start off with a brief overview of 2025 financials, and just sort of show what's up, what's down, what's sideways for council's perusal. We'll go over the actual budget document, and we'll finalize with the bylaw. We'll put a couple of breaks in there. Sometimes looking over massive piles of numbers are not everyone's forte, so if anything is confusing or doesn't quite make sense, feel free to stop me and we can go in more detail over certain objects. Yeah, I'll just quickly look over some of the things we'll go over when it comes to the budget itself. Public consultation process, which means unchanged from previous years. So my goal out of this is to have council happy enough so that we get the bylaw to second reading, which will trigger the public consultation process. So any items that the public wishes to speak on over the next couple of months can be portrayed. And then third reading, roughly usually where it is, end of February, early March, and then pass the budget late March, early April. By statute, council must pass the budget bylaw by May 14th. So that's going to be charter. So I'll have that done. The bylaw is prepared. should be at the back half of the budget book. We'll go over sort of how the budget is designed and review line item detail as council wishes. Sort of review revenues and the side of where our sources of funds come from, including proposed taxation. So I will switch gears slightly off this presentation if the computer, yeah, there it goes. Okay. I want to go to, I have too many windows open. Nope. Okay. I will switch over to this. There we go. So can everyone see that? Probably not. I'll zoom in a little bit on it. There we go. Everyone can see that?
Do we have that?
I do not have it printed out. I can quickly send some people down to get some, but yeah, I think I actually have it printed here. No. Does anyone want a printed copy?
Yeah, please.
Does everyone want a printed copy?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Just send it to the printer.
Please and thank you.
Get it?
I can grab it last.
Trying to save a couple of trees, but okay, that should be going downstairs.
Trees is what keeps our economy going. You just print away there.
All right, Mark's gonna go down and collect them. So, okay, so I will begin with the report though. It's a little bit of a different reporting system for me this year. We had a certain level we were going to go on, and then it, because of the switch over of our administrative programs, I use this for presentation purposes to kind of match the budget over. So, so we'll start off where we usually start off with on the revenue side of things. Taxation is usually fairly bang on. The mine taxation increased this year. They did a increase, which BC Assessment caught. So they've actually increased their capacity year over year for last year. So we actually ended up getting more mine taxation than we thought we were, to the tune of about 9%. The capital levy is there. It has not yet been updated for the completion of the fire hall. So you notice the budget is 511 and we have 421. So that will be accrued into next year. So that will be an adjustment made at audit time. Parcel tax is low. We actually had the parcel tax for Old Headley Road expire. It expired in for taxation year 2026. Grants. So utility tax was slightly down. Utility tax is based on 1% of the gross annual revenues of our utilities. So that's Fortis, Eastlink, and TELUS are our three utilities that would pay a utility tax. And they're a little short of what my projections were. So that's where that stands. Federal and provincial government PILTs. Federal government PILT is the RCMP building, the RCMP plot of land in the industrial park, which the RCMP building will move to. And that was basically bang on where we thought it would be. Provincial government PILTs, that is the Silvercrest building, Vermilion Court, basically publicly funded assisted living centers in Princeton. So that was pretty close to where we had anticipated as well. PST Commission is basically a clawback that the provincial government gives us when we sell PST, and the only place we claim PST in Princeton is the visitor center. So when we do that, the provincial government gives us back 2% of the PST as a commission for doing the paperwork. So the fact that that's high basically dictates that we're doing more sales at the visitor center. Utility grant for BC Hydro, that is the amount of, very similar to the utility tax, only for hydro, and that's specifically for the mine. The Mine is the only center that uses BC Hydro. It is considered a grant because BC Hydro is a crown corporation. So fairly straightforward. Federal and provincial grants. Okay, so the federal and provincial grants match what we use through the year, not necessarily what we receive. So infrastructure grants, disaster funding, private, those are both for capital projects. So we've received that money in the past, and it's been allocated in this year, received in previous years. Small Communities Grant, the province grants us amount of money every year. They help subsidize our operating costs, basically, understanding we're not a large center. Helps us keep us with the same par of level of services as other communities in the province. Destination BC provides us funding for the visitor center. Other grants will be ones that aren't captured in there that are operating. So a large portion of that is the Fire Smart grant. So we receive the Fire Smart grant, it goes into other grants.
James,
Yep.
can I just ask, like, on those capital grants, the federal, provincial, like, the amounts are different because we just haven't received them yet, or we have?
Federal and provincial grants won't match up. The infrastructure and the provincial, it's different sources. So infrastructure grants can be federal or provincial. Provincial disaster recovery grant is actually from the 2021 flood. So it's reimbursement for expenses that the town had in 2021.
So those are still waiting to be.
Yes, and I'll get into that when I go over sort of our reserve position.
Where's the small community grants go in?
They go to general operating revenue. Every municipality in the province puts some general general operating revenue.
We've always received that. In the old days, we used to count on that very heavily as our operating funds.
Yeah. Yeah, that amount hasn't really changed very much, but the tax base of the municipality has increased substantially in the last 8 years I've been here. So. RDUS grants, the $500,000 for the capital grant, that was the RDUS's contribution to the fire hall. And then our shared services contract, which has increased over and above last year due to the regional district is now contributing to protective services a little bit more through cost sharing through the manager of protective services. Sales of services, fairly straightforward. I'll just point out some of the highlights or lowlights as the case may be. Arena revenue, we still have a large portion of the arena season left to go, so I expect that to be at or near 100% by the end of the year. Campground revenue is up significantly. There was some, there's been a big occupancy in winter camping, and we've been over capacity based on what we projected at the start of the year. The visitor center revenue on sales will adjust at the end of the year. We don't have those numbers captured at this point. We do in the point of sale system, but just because of how the inventory works, the program won't balance that till the end of the year. I expect that to be at or near that 60,000 mark. I think we're at about 45 now if I look at the raw numbers. Fire department revenue, I will point that out a little bit. That was, we hosted a number of training sessions in Princeton this year, and the 19,000 is, part of that is municipalities contributing to us to host those sessions. And about 12,000 of that is also when we second the volunteer fire department to BC Wildfire to support their efforts. Landfill fees, that again is from the point of sale system. That should adjust itself back as we approach the final numbers audited for submission.
double in the next, till the end of the year?
No, it doesn't include what's been taken out of the point of sale system. So that's only things that are paid for on account. So when the point of sale system gets added on, basically when somebody pays with a debit or credit card, that will adjust that upward significantly. PXA revenue, they've been doing better than in past years since we've taken control of the operations. Airport fuel sales, a little bit above budget. Airport fuel sales, we have some recreational users, but almost 100% of that number is always seemed to be derived from BC wildfire operations in the area. So if we have an active wildfire season, that number tends to be higher. If we have a lesser wildfire season, that number tends to be lower. It tends to be very, very variable based on that. Water user rates, water connection services, and miscellaneous water revenue. The water user rates are still being adjusted based on the last quarterly billing. Remember, commercial users now are paying quarterly for water services. Residential are being billed annually. And I have that as a point of discussion for when we go over the budget for water services. Sewer, almost bang on budgets. We did not have as much sewer disposal as we have in previous years. So,
It's because we didn't have a pit for most of the year.
there you go. Licenses, permits, and fees. We did expect a couple of big projects to come through with building permits, and they have not at this point, so. That's sort of the discrepancy in that.
Any idea why? Like, if there was an expectation of it, why?
Archaeology.
Oh, okay, so it was anticipated at that bigger.
It's a big chunk of it.
Yeah. Development cost charges, we haven't had any capital projects that have needed development cost charges, so that portion of the budget has not been exercised, so the fact that we have no revenue is, we have no expenses to offset that revenue, so that's okay from a budgetary standpoint. Same as developer contributions. What's that?
There was no DCCs?
So DCCs, this is the revenue side of it. So this is where we offset a capital project. So if we build a capital project using DCCs, the revenue will be expressed here.
Where does it show that the money that's paid in for the fees?
That will be showed on the deferred revenue side on the balance sheet. So it's not actually considered revenue until it's used for a capital project. Tax penalties and interest. We had one major payer in town that was late, which caused our penalties to skyrocket this year. The second penalty in October was much more to what it usually is. The rest of the interest amounts are fairly straightforward. Vermilion Forks contributed $87,000 this year in a dividend. Bank account interest allocation $357,000. You recall that a couple years ago that was $1 million plus. We have used some of our reserves to build projects, and just general interest rates are down from their peaks in 21 and 22. So we're not making as much money on the amount that we've allocated. Reserve interest allocation. So this is a new line. It under the community charter, we allocate our interest to reserves based on sort of the share of the reserves. That will adjust a little bit more as we get to audit, but that should give us a more true designation of how much interest we actually get to bank in general costs as opposed to capital costs. Foreign exchange gains, we hold some US dollars, so that varies based on that number. Proceeds from borrowing, that's right now the fire hall allocation, that's where that's going. So total revenues so far this year and unaudited, so these are definitely subject to change, these are very preliminary. We go over them with a fine tooth comb before they go to the auditor, and the auditor will change them as well. $12,864,740 out of a budgeted $40 million, but the $40 million is only if we completed every capital project we had in the books for 2025, which we did not accomplish. Any questions on the revenue side? Move into the capital side. Protective services, a very, very large portion of protective services was the fire hall, which was done and completed this year. If I break down some of the projects that that we have listed here, and some of these are subject to shift a little bit as well as we get proper. 3780 seems a little low for general government. That is the bylaw projects to update our zoning and our housing. So that will increase. I think we're a little higher than that. It's probably hiding somewhere else. Our protective services, again, is fire hall. Some of that's also going to be fire department equipment. So we're continue allocating toward the strategic protection unit. The trailer that goes around and protects houses in case of wildfire and such. Economic development, did some work to the industrial park and such that got captured under economic development. Also, the end of the campground washroom project that completed this year. Public Works, one moment here. I can't go off the screen here. It's going to disappear. Public Works had some capital projects there. I will look that up and get that back to you. Recreation, largely the capital budget is the upgrade in the condenser, which was completed this year, started and completed this year. Water and sewer projects, finished off the Billiter and Warren booster station first thing this year. Finished off wells 1 and 5 first thing this year. And that'll be a large part of your water and sewer capital side.
And again, the discrepancy there is because projects didn't happen because we didn't get capital funding. Like
That's right. Yeah. So the reason the capital projects don't get completed, there's lots of different reasons. Some of them are tendering issues. Some of them are capacity issues. We just don't have the staff to get them all done at once. Yeah, there's many different reasons why.
Or that we didn't get funding.
Or that we didn't get funding. Yeah, that's another reason. Yeah. So we're obviously not going to do a capital project if we don't have the funding available.
It's just quite a discrepancy.
Yeah, and it always is. We always try and do as many capital projects as we can, but yeah, some of these are multi-year projects, like the $7 million water and sewer borrowing project's a multi-year thing, so yeah. Okay, so we are looking at a snapshot in time. We're looking at 1 year, so we look at capital projects. You might have some years that, we're talking about that well project that took, we started 2022 and we're done this year. Some years there's a lot of charges, some years it might just be the end, so there might be a little bit. It really depends on where it lands. So, development costs, I think that's a little high. I think some of those bylaw costs for completion of the zoning and the housing wound up in an operational budget. So I will correct that through the auditing process and get that fixed. So 122 seems a little high for development. Amortization, so remember anytime it says amortization, essentially it's accounting's way of allocating costs for something that's going to last for a long, long time. So we build a road, it's going to last 75 years. We calculate annually how much depreciation that road's going to take, and at the end of its 75-year lifespan, it has a nominal or zero cost. So annually, we book amortization to account for that amount. Transfer from expense, general government. So again, when we do the housing and the zoning bylaws, we put it as a capital project to simply highlight it. But under accounting rules, it's not really a capital expense. So it gets transferred in its entirety to the operating budget. All right, so now we actually have some operational expenses coming up. So mayor and council, that is strictly for mayor and for councilors. The wage budget is roughly to the second payroll in October. So we're talking about 10 out of 12 months here. So well within budget. Management staff, a little bit tricky to read, again, just because of the way the program prints this. The total budget is 683, and we've spent 517. So you want to take a look at that total management staff at the bottom. The management wages, and then the leisure services and the economic development budgets get transferred to their respective departments. So leisure services gets transferred over to recreation, economic development gets transferred over to economic development. So the total gross amount of wages that we pay to management staff so far is 796, but the net amount that gets counted in administration is 517. Administrative staff, 682. So we are slightly over budget on that one. We had we actually had 5 administrative staff for a little while. We've pared that down to 4 again. There's also a little bit of load sharing with the administrative staff with Public Works, because we have one staff member who has been shared between Public Works and administration, and the way the software picks up that cost for the employee, it'll bill it all based on that employee, which will base it all up to administration at this point. So that will go down as we audit the staff wages for 2025. Building inspector is listed there as well. Admin transfers to departments. So these specific accounts we actually apply as administrative costs to the different departments. So each department shares 1/6 of the cost of these. Meals and entertainment is essentially uncategorized expenses that we can't really have a category to put under. So it's things like staff meals. I'm trying to think of other things that go in there.
BCM.
UBC, yeah. So that would be a council expense. So yeah, any sort of council specific expenses would go under meals and entertainment, things of that nature. Office equipment, so that's photocopiers, leased computers. Legal services is pretty self-explanatory. Training and travel, that's specifically for staff. So that becomes for training and for specific travel purposes for meetings and such. Computer systems, and I suspect some of that, a little bit is capital and needs to move into the capital budget, but that's to keep our computer systems maintained and security systems in place. Membership dues, fairly self-explanatory. Advertising, so that's town-wide, so recreation, administration, any sort of advertising goes under that budget. Office utilities, electricity for town-owned buildings, and that is specific to administration, so that'll be town hall, that'll be the annex. Buildings of that nature go under office utilities. Office supplies, paper, pencils, and chairs, and little things like that. Radio licenses, so we annually get a radio license from the federal government to be able to broadcast on the walkie-talkies. Courier and postage, so that's mailing and couriering.
That's
So
cool.
on and so forth. Geographic information systems. So this is to board the regional district for the use of their GIS system. We'd be a part of it.
Do you want to explain why it's so high?
They haven't bothered billing us for a little while, and now they started again. So
We haven't been billed for
Since
3 years, I think.
at least.
at least 3 years.
Yeah.
And then it got caught that nobody was being billed for the GIS. So,
Yeah.
so bills went out this year.
So is that in arrears being paid, or is that?
No.
Oh, that'll be what it should be about annually. is
Yeah.
What it is.
11,000. Yeah.
After we had a changeover at the regional district, it fell through the cracks. And then they discovered it, and we just signed, did you sign this morning? I got to sign still.
Yeah.
A new contract with the, or no, renewal of the contract.
Renewal.
with the so.
And it will be 15
Yeah, 15,000.
next year.
Yeah.
Which is worth it, because to do it ourselves would be probably close to $100,000.
We added some things to it, so utilities, so all the water and sewer lines will be on it, so Public Works will have access to that, and the fire hydrants. And the viewers changed, it's clearer, it's
Yeah.
a better model, so.
External audit, so that's KPMG for doing the audit of our books. Vehicle insurance, fairly self-explanatory, it's the amount that goes to ICBC. General liability and building, pretty self-explanatory again. Important to note that our insurance costs since the flood has gone up by a factor of 4. So we were about 45 to 50 when I first got here, now we're 165. It's very high increases on insurance, and that's
Did we change insurance companies?
we did, but that's in general for the insurance industry. Is everything is escalating when it comes to insurance. Bank fees and interest. That's how much. That's the expense for bank fees and interest. And then the transfers to the departments. So administration actually eats 174,000 of that, and 455 is divided by 5 and distributed to the other departments as an administrative cost. So that's ECDEV, Public Works, Recreation, Water, and Sewer. Any questions on the administration expenses so far? Okay. Discretionary grants. So that's grant and aid and facade. We just issued the facade check for a couple of these, so there's some adjustments to be made there, but move on from that. These are very preliminary numbers, and again, usually I'll go over everything with a fine-tooth comb at the end and make sure everything lines up for the
The
year.
grant and aid though, you're saying only 400 is?
There's a $3,000 check that just got issued. That went to the Kokanee Swim Club.
How many facade has there been?
There have been a couple.
There's 3.
Yeah. Yeah. So when they get paid, that'll get adjusted out of that. Protective services, WildSafe, that was allocated but not used by council. That was decided not to be renewed through the fiscal year, so the amount stays in the budget, but you'll notice when we go over the fiscal plan for this year, it's been removed. Animal control, and that's strictly for sundries for animal control. If we need to buy dog food or leash or something of that nature, that's why it's so low. It's not actual animal control. We don't actually have an animal control person. Protective services for amortization, so that's again fire hall, fire trucks, things of that nature. Large portions of protective services. There is a new category for protective services interest charges that'll be allocated for the fire hall when the long-term loan gets finalized. Emergency program. So, Princeton Emergency Program, and that's specifically for sundries for the emergency program at this point. Which there's not a lot of support services at sundries, and the honorarium for our ESS liaison. Our restorative justice is released upon request. So far, we haven't had any requests to release funds for restorative justice, but it's there if we need it. And that's fully funded by the province, so they pay us, and then it's a flow through back to the organization. Our restorative justice person is based in Penticton. She works out of Penticton City Hall, but she liaisons mostly with the RCMP on that one. So, and then the Fire Smart program listed there. Like I said, a large portion of the emergency program is now based on Fire Smart. Fire department is as listed. Our wages were a little bit more, but our revenue is also a little bit more to offset. We did help support some wildfires this summer, so that's why it's a little elevated. Training is very elevated, so the fire chief has let me know that some of the fire regulation have changed, and the training needs to be increased so that they can maintain their standing as a fire department that can fight fires from externally. They're also trying to get more certifications so they can do internal and a couple of other promotions. Did write it down for me. So, there we go. Yes, so Princeton Fire Department service level is currently exterior. Proposed development interior service is required, and then full service. So they are working toward becoming more of a full service fire department, but they need additional training for that. So their budget will be greatly increased in the proposed budget for 26.
So right now, being an external fire department, all we can do is just spray it from outside. So what happens is if a house catches on fire, we spray it, it's burning on the inside. Our guys are there for hours and hours, and then you gotta keep going back and going back and going back to try to put that fire out, cause it's still burning internally. So by going internal, they can go inside the building, actually try to put the fire out. Right now, it's just protect the structures around it rather than actually do anything. It's a,
Can they go in and rescue people?
was that?
Can they go in and rescue people?
Not right now.
That is the
You cannot go in the building, period, so
Yeah.
being able to be coming internal, and then if we do get with the apartments and stuff that are coming, they'll just be able to, if we stay as are, we just stand on the outside of the apartment and spray the apartment. So.
And the training portion of that is also a large part of that gets subsidized, because a large part of that we host here because of the number of people we have, and then other municipalities piggyback on our services. So if Merritt sends someone down, or Penticton pays someone, or comes down, we could charge them for that, and it becomes revenue to offset that cost.
I was just gonna ask that too, so if it's an expenditure that's like 300% from budget, it's just offset by revenues?
Yeah, so you notice that a lot of other budgets are not maxed out, so they
As long as
automatically
it's
transfer.
within that
Yeah.
category?
But we also
And then-
have the new program, so when we do respond to fires, we'll be able to start
Going
recuperating
forward,
costs.
that's
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the revenue side of it.
But do we not have building inspection expense on that?
We do. So far, Rob Banks has not put any money in for it, and I'm going to discuss that when we actually go to the actual budget and sort of the plan for that.
Was that the fire inspection?
Yeah. Yeah, Eric Gregson used to bill us by the fire inspection. Rob doesn't. He just includes it as part of his chiefly duties. So,
Would Merit be external too? I find that very interesting, doesn't it?
A lot of them are just external. There's not very many. Merit might be internal, because they have, I know Penticton's internal, most of the regional district is external. I think Oliver might be internal, but Osius isn't, so. It's a whole nother level of training.
would that be something the council would be interested in, is hearing how Rob's plan for moving that forward?
what we're moving it for by what we're. What's that?
I can put that down as a note.
I know, but are we, is that, is the
Well,
middle
we
school
kind
towards it?
of, we kind of.
This is the current, yeah.
That it's already happening.
Yeah.
I mean, it say the old theater catches on fire.
Well, there's.
We're just spraying it from outside.
Yeah. The training is also to keep members current, so, like I said, there's also a change in how they've been training, so.
Yeah, so there's also a whole bunch of new rules that came out a couple of years ago with the playbook, and the requirement for training has increased from the province that we have to now maintain, and then the level of administration has probably tripled, if not more, to maintain records that we have to do for the province to stay in compliance.
Yeah, it'd just be interesting if it's 20 grand to do internal, why wouldn't it be done already, like, I think?
Cause the external rules have changed. So we have to train people in the external, but the training itself.
This isn't for internal.
That's right, the 27,000 that you're seeing now, that's this year, that's how much we spent this year.
Oh, I thought it was going
Oh, no.
towards internal.
Yeah, no, we'll talk about the budget after, but, yeah.
You said you're gonna go into more detail in this year's budget
Right.
on those.
When we go into projected services, yeah. This is just an overview of what we've done already this year. BC Transit, that's up to September, so we should be under budget on the BC Transit. We'll go over budget, but that service is going to shift radically next year, so.
January 1st.
Yeah, so I will, sort of discuss how we function the budget around that and, yeah, move forward with that. Economic development, so, external promotion and tourism strategy, that kind of combines all our marketing efforts, billboards, magazines, advertising, anything that kind of promotes Princeton, either from a business standpoint or from a tourism standpoint. So Milkbean Valley Planning Society, and then administrative support. So that administrative fee that comes out of administration, that's where it ends up going in each budget, is administrative support.
What does that go towards?
That's the
What's your-
portion, if I go back up here, it is 1/6 of all the administrative,
Oh, so like.
Cost shares.
So like the computer and.
yeah, meals,
Okay.
office, legal, advertising, office supplies. It's just a catch-all for everything.
Do you use that much, Gary? I want more reports.
And it also
Okay.
includes management wages, so that's why that's a little higher. No offense, Gary.
Cut some more trees down.
That's okay. Visitor center, so as listed, the cost of goods sold will adjust as we get the inventory, solved at the end of the year. That's something we adjust year ends, that's always, number's always a little bit weird when you look at it in the middle of the year. Advertising for the visitor center, so we've done a couple of renovations and a roof rebuild, so there is some amortization to the visitor center. Wages, we've gone through a big summer season, so the December's usually vacations and things like that, so I expect wages to be within budget at the end of the year.
So I will say this, like, our campground numbers are high, our visitor center numbers are fairly robust. Being in other meetings, other regions, or other areas within our region, our bigger region, like the Toda region, are not seeing the same numbers that we're seeing. They're not seeing the same level of camping. Most of them are cutting visitor center services because they said nobody's using visitor centers anymore, and I argue against that. And they're also cutting all their print materials and going strictly to web because they said that's not paying. And it's like, well, I don't know what world they're living in because ours is totally opposite of what everybody else is seeing. So, and I traveled across the boundary in the Kootenays, or the West Kootenays, the West Kootenays, this year, and their visitor centers were full. You know, there's people in all of them, and I don't understand where this mentality is coming from.
If I can just chime in here, we get all the time, I get feedback from our staff that people come in thanking us for being open with the hours that we have at the visitor center. Because, I mean, you drive and you see them all closed, or they're closed, like, they're just not they're not servicing them. And there's a demand for it. I don't understand it either. I don't get it. There's a huge demand for traveling public.
I love going to Kelowna over the Coquihalla on a Friday, and the visitor center coming off the Coquihalla is closed, and it's like, there's your gift shop and your visitor center, and they're closed. I don't understand. Like, maybe that's why nobody's using them?
Yeah, I think,
Go ahead.
Would you not think that, in my mind, those people aren't coming in to see few of them are coming in to see the visitor center. They're coming in to see the statues, they're coming in to see the downtown, they're coming in to see all that other stuff. Then here's a visitor center, why don't we wander in there?
I think a lot of what we're doing though is driving them, like the visitor center I'm trying to make is the focal point. You start in there because the staff there can tell you about our stores and our restaurants and everything there is to do. So we're trying to get them funneled into always being the point of
Absolutely,
contact.
but I still think what brings them off the road is not what you're talking about. I think it's that
It's a bonus
they've
for sure,
heard
like
about,
I think.
you know, you see people all the time wandering around taking pictures and just couples going for a walk downtown and all that kind of stuff. As far as I'm concerned, that's, for the most part, is what's bringing them, that they eventually end up in the visitor center.
Yeah, and then they're pleasantly surprised at what they find there. Like we get compliments all the time about our visitor center. It's nonstop.
Well, even that ECDev conference we were at, like they were in Penticton, everybody was there talking about closing all their stuff down.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
And going strictly to web-based, and what we find is like most seniors don't wanna go
No.
web-based with their phone.
And the same thing with the Europeans and any international travel. They want a physical. They want to be able to come in. They don't like to use. A lot of them don't like to use their phone internationally. We hear that all the time too.
Yeah.
They just don't because of cost or whatever. They like coming in.
Mhm.
I think there's a lot of value to one-on-one personal contact, and I think
Oh,
it's the
absolutely.
problem is that too much of our society is getting away from that. And I had this back when I was in Chatham, Kent, when I worked with young entrepreneurs, and I would make them come in and see me because I said, this is a dying skill. You can't just email everybody or text everybody. You have to have the ability to speak face to face. And
Well, that's why I view the people who work in your visitor center as they're the salesmen. They're selling the other features to the town that you don't see on the phone or you don't see doing
Yeah.
the statue walk or whatever.
But the campground
But
as
I
well.
agree that is a magnet that draws people in. There's
Half,
no doubt about
half
it.
of our return customers are not strictly because of our campground, it's because of our hosts.
Yeah,
right? They
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
love the experience,
precisely,
right?
Yeah.
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 But you
Oh,
have to
it's-
have the right people there.
Yeah.
I sway away from where we're going, but I think it's needed to be said, like, I get frustrated, we go to these things and, sit in all these tourism meetings and that, and everybody's like running the opposite direction, and they all complain to me, our camper numbers are down, and this numbers are down, these numbers, I'm like, we're not seeing the same thing, and I think cause we're doing the exact opposite of what they're all doing. So, I mean, gotta say, good work on that department, like, it's working, and, I mean, we're also so close to Vancouver, I think it's easy for them to pop up for the weekend and, have that experience and then go home and whatnot, so, I don't know.
My son's in Chase,
Yeah.
and happened to get him, look at the numbers of the campground and of the tourist center in there. Now they're trying to buy out, the town has 2 facilities being used by community groups and that, and they're trying to figure out how to get them away from them so they can develop a campground and develop a visitor center kind of thing, just because you look at the numbers of, and I guess maybe it's not, as you say, it's not indicative of everybody, but it's money coming in. I mean, in my mind, you're gonna have to get down to a place somewhere where you're having to find ways to use that revenue, are you not?
Yeah, eventually, I think.
Because you're restricted in terms of where it can go.
Yeah.
That's
We got,
right,
what,
yeah.
one major project left?
Yeah.
So it could go to a major, something that you're gonna build?
But that's why we talked about making the corporation. Right?
Yeah.
That's then.
Yeah, there's definitely
One thing we
necessity
use it for anything.
that will be coming.
Yeah.
So at UBCM, I actually had another community come and ask about our campground, because they heard how well our campground was doing, or like, what do we do? And I'm like, just open a campground. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you can start with it being a dry facility, there's no hookups. And then as you create your revenues, you can, cause they have a forest area that they own. And, I'm like, start with just the basic hookups, like a forestry campsite, till you have enough revenues to put in some electricity and some water and a bathroom and on and on. And I said, you don't have to throw $1 million at it tomorrow. You can start small. You go out the Old Headley Road in the summer, and those campsites and they're dusty, and I would never stay at them. But you go out there and they're full. People just looking for places to camp. So if you
I
charge,
bet you that location comes into play too, right? You know, on the river.
Well, he's on the-
closer you're
yeah,
closer
he's on
to
the island,
highway,
right?
the golf course, you know what I mean? I think not a lot of places will have the same kind of
No.
location.
but I mean, if you can fill Old Headley Road West, which is actually the east one, which is like literally is like a dust bowl. You can do anything. So, anyways, sorry,
My initial thought was, in terms of those, as you drive along, like the weather this year was pretty nice all the way, almost like a late summer. And those campgrounds were closed, like Brownie Rock and those different places were closed. And I'm thinking, well, we should go to the government and complain. And I think, well, why? They're just coming to stay with us and earn us money, sort of thing.
yeah. Well, that being said, that did come up at a couple meetings I've been at. Is like Bromley Rock. Bromley Rock pisses me off. It's fine. Close the campground side, but the washrooms are closed now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? And there's no restrooms. When you leave Hope, you can get to Manning Park. There's a restroom there. All the campgrounds are closed, but Manning Park Lodge is open. The next bathroom stop is Princeton. And then the only public bathroom other than going to a gas station in Karamias is just outside of Karamias where the washrooms are.
Yep.
If you're going to Penticton, the next one is Yellow Lake. If you're going to Asuyas, there's nothing. And then you go to up to the boundary, there's none between here and there unless you go to a gas station in Rock Creek or Midway or Greenwood. That's it. Like, there's no public washrooms. So closing those things they're actually hurting our tourism economy because people are not coming certain routes because there's nowhere to pull over anymore. So we need to deal with that.
If you go across the border in Alberta, all of a sudden every so many miles there's some kind of and as far as I'm concerned, what does it cost? What is the cost? You got toilet paper and then having to look at it every once in a while, and that's it. There's no.
We have to pump them.
Take Highway 16 up north. Like, there's a pull-out, like, garbage can everywhere up there. Like, everybody says it's such a horrible highway to drive, but it's beautiful. Like, it's maintained. There's washrooms. There's garbage cans. There's pull-offs. And that's way up north. I'm like, why can't we do that down here? Anyway, sorry, James, go on.
Oh, no, well, it's your
I think we
guys'-
needed a break.
It's your guys' meeting.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's your guys' meeting. Did you guys want a break or?
No, that was good.
right.
Unless anybody
I was
wants-
gonna finish off the balls
Could
and
you
strikes.
go back a bit? And
Sure.
Could you break down what the fire? I'm not familiar with the system of what we pay firemen or fire chief or whatever.
Sure. So, it's a volunteer hall. So, they get paid on going out for a call and doing training. So they get paid for specific functions. Volunteer firemen are specifically exempted from the Employment Standards Act. So I believe they get paid. I think we upped it to $18 an hour, so it's slightly over minimum wage. But yeah, it's really a pay-as-you-go service. So if they don't get any calls, they
What
get
would
money.
an average of, for instance, what would the fire chief make at the end of the year? And what would a approximate,
Our fire chief is approximately 10,000
okay?
in a year. Some of the officers make a stipend, so they're sort of somewhere between 4 and 8. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me,
Yeah.
but 4 to 8,000 for the officers. And then if you're basically a volunteer fireman, you're only getting paid for training and what you show up for calls. So they're
Which would come about
Couple $100 a month.
Yeah, like, I mean, we have 30 firemen
couple
and we
hundred a
spent
month.
110,000,
A
so,
month.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
yeah,
Yeah,
so,
so say 2,000 a year.
yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
It's not a lot, so.
James, before you go down to, the public works, you guys were talking about campground, but I'm just wondering, in your budget presentation, can you go to campground?
Yeah.
Like, you have wages, supplies, cost of goods, maintenance and everything for the visitor center, but you don't have that broken down for a campground.
We don't actually have any wages for the campground specifically. It's public works staff that would go over and cover campgrounds. So it's largely it's largely a contractor type
But
arrangement.
wouldn't that be like an expense, like a line item?
Yeah, it's included in that municipal campground line item.
I know, you just have it all grouped together, it's
Yeah.
hard to see. why.
Traditionally, we haven't broken it down because we've always handed it off to a contractor. So-
Utilities, we still pay though, maintenance,
Yeah.
cost of goods sold,
Yeah.
all that, you don't want to break
We
that
don't
down.
do that for the campground. We can, but
That's
It would be
visitor center. Can you
interesting
go to
to
the
know-
camp?
Yeah.
It would be interesting to know the net,
yeah,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
net.
yeah. I can make a note. Traditionally we haven't done it.
What do we use at the campground for, like, inventory management and tracking? Like, do we have a
Clover
point of
through the
sale?
point of sale system.
Okay, so we're using that, so
Yeah.
we should be able to track all that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you said that public works is a lot of the wages, so it'd be public works and, a contractor.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, and then any sort of, cost of goods sold for, freezies and
Right.
bags
But
of
like,
goods.
I'm just curious, why aren't we separating like we do the visitor center?
Yeah, it's just, we never have done it before. So, yeah, I made a note, we can look at that for future
But
years.
like, are you billing, like you have line items like 520011, like do you have those kinds of?
They're all put into that 510062, cause like I said, traditionally, we've just gotten a bill from a contractor.
Right.
It
But
costs us much.
traditionally, it was
Yeah.
just that, and
Yeah.
now like it's built itself into,
It's as much as the visitor center.
and now there's capital on site, like with the improvements of the washrooms and.
Yeah, those are, yeah,
So the public-
those are done in the capital side of things.
So Public Works is just going down and like mowing the lawn and fixing
Yeah,
like things, but the day-to-day maintenance of the bathrooms that are being done by the contractor, right?
Are they?
Bathrooms, yeah,
Are they, so, in the summer, I thought there was a full-time public works employee
doing site maintenance and things like that.
down the washroom.
No.
But it was one of
Urban does the
the arena
washrooms.
people, right?
it's
Public
out
Works.
of the arena, and
So
so
would they pay the contractor?
we pay campground host as a contractor there, yeah.
Under $3,000 a month.
Yeah, it's like 26 or
$2,600.
$2,700.
27 maybe, something like that.
And there's two of them, right?
Yeah.
So we pay that both that?
No,
No,
Just
just
that's all together.
that's
yeah,
all together.
everyone, yeah.
We get a lot of value for that.
40 grand.
And they're 24 hours pretty much. Yeah. 7 days a week. Yeah. Yeah.
Part of the capital budget for water is also the cost to put in the new well into the campground as well. So there are some other capital expenditures there, but
And it wouldn't go under that?
it wouldn't go under an operational side for sure. But,
Part of Jared's water system.
yeah.
Are we drilling well there? No.
There's a existing well that we're just gonna upsize that pump.
Cost more.
Should bet hope so.
Public Works. Yeah, the first line item is wages. Right now, I think there's a little bit of adjustments to be made in there. For example, campground and arena and things like that. So we need to allocate some of those Public Works wages to other departments. So I expect that one to be under budget once the adjustments are made. Fuel down considerably. Large part of that is probably the carbon tax getting removed halfway through the year, and
Gas and I take to like $1.23-ish.
$1.13.9 when I drove away from there last night.
Yeah, so, and just generally, it's a little bit cheaper for fuel. Gas prices are a little cheaper, which is always nice. Food allowance training, occupational health and safety, fairly self-explanatory categories.
Why is utilities so much more?
Utilities, it's probably the onboarding of the public works yard itself, so we probably need to up that budget a little bit to compensate for that.
We had to pay the lights this year.
Yeah. Yeah. Supplies and maintenance, repairs and fleet, well within tolerance is the budget there, so. Repairs and maintenance for roads, I don't think I have anything too significant to report on
$38 for
a lot of these budget line items.
storm
So, yeah. It's important to note that when we do a budget, when it comes to the last line item there, debt payments, when we budget, we have to budget by legislation for the entire amount, but the actual only expense is interest. So the principal payments come off of our balance sheet, but the debt payments are only end up recording the interest. So the debt payments automatically always come in under budget.
Fire hydrants, we just did more than.
Fire hydrants is actually a capital item. So you notice in last year's budget, we budgeted for replacement of fire hydrants. So that'll be moved into the capital as part of the investment. Yeah.
What's the admin support?
Pardon me?
Admin support, what's the 91?
Same thing. It's the legal expenses, the advertising, the overhead, all the overhead from admin that get put in by department.
Like the 1/6.
The 1/6, yeah. Okay. Airport, probably have to load balance that utilities a little bit, looking at repairs and maintenance, and move all the Telus and China Creek ones over to the utilities, but lots of budget, and we didn't spend that much money. Cemetery, a little under budget for this year as well. Solid waste, down essentially 2 line items from 3. We're down to landfill operation and recycling depot into solid waste. The collection we've taken over last year, so this year, no expenses in that.
Will that just go under public works then, like a separate
Yeah.
changes?
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
You're gonna break that off so we can track that though?
Which one?
The garbage collection in under public works, are we gonna break that off? So as its own number?
It would be included in the public works, I can break it out.
I
It'd
think
be interesting to see.
It'd be nice to see what the long-term,
Yeah,
If
it's
we are-
not possible to do garbage and recycling separately anymore because it's just 2 guys who collect everything at the same time.
That's-
but-
No, that's fine.
just the collection is like
Yeah.
overall collections.
Yeah, it's easy enough to break that out.
I wanna see how much we're saving, whatever, versus
Yeah, it's considerable.
the contract the regional district has.
Yeah, it's definitely considerable. 2 guys running a garbage truck is, I would guess, slightly over 200,000 for
What
garbage
was it
collection.
before?
We were approaching 4. Cause you're subsidizing the truck and everything else and the gas.
It's like this year, Headley's garbage went up $500 per house, roughly $500 per household on the contract that they signed over last year, so.
Thanks.
Yeah, I could probably get that during the break, that exact number. Amortization expense, for public works, it's very, very high because it covers a lot of, it's sort of the catch-all for anything that doesn't fit into a different category. So that covers all the public works vehicles, all the buildings that don't have a specified, department, so, would all go under the amortization for civil work. So it's always a little higher than the other ones. Again, transfer from capital plan, so that's, it is, capital objects that do not meet the qualification for capital expense. So that's to remove it from the capital side and move it into the operational side.
Can you give an example?
For civil works, probably, I'm just trying to think what that would be. I'll have to look that one up. Yeah. But I will. Usually I can switch this off, and I didn't set up the computer properly, so I'd have to kind of zip it. But I will take a look and get back to you on that. For civil works. Alright, recreation leisure services, parks maintenance. So that's non-capital items for maintaining parks. So that would be lawn mowing, beautification, mulch, gravel repairs, things of that nature. I'll go to parks maintenance. Civic celebrations, that's all direct costs for supporting local events. PXA maintenance is on there. Pool maintenance,
Can we talk PXA maintenance increase?
pardon me, sorry?
It's a 46% increase over budget on the PXA maintenance. Is there something that we were?
I'd have to look, dig deep into that and figure out what that is, so it could be a miscategorized item, so.
It's probably not.
I'm just reading numbers at this point, so.
I'm just wondering if there was an expense that we weren't.
Yeah, I'll dig deep and see if I can find you an answer for that.
It's been a long time up there this summer
Yeah,
working on
there's
it.
a lot of man hours up there.
Yeah. Like I said, it's just overview numbers. There's literally 10,000 transactions in there. It's hard to remember all of them all at the same time without.
But
reviewing
van
them.
hours and stuff would have been calculated under wages.
That would have been public works,
Public
so,
works,
yeah.
right. So that's what something different, but,
Yeah. So chances are, but I'll get the verification for that.
okay, thank you.
Pool wages, I think there's a little bit of shifting to go about for pool wages as well. I think a couple of arena staff might have wound up in there, so I don't think it was 110. So I'll review that and get back to you on that.
Oh, arena staff are doing most of the maintenance then?
Pete does a lot of the sandblasting and painting of the pool before and after.
And
it's
we
done,
paint,
so.
and we did all that this year, right?
Yeah.
So that's probably where it's
Yeah.
at.
So, yeah, it's probably just a charge back somewhere else. And, you know, arena's 61%, so that's a good indication that the pool might have eaten some of the arena wages. So 126 and then arena 61, so we only have 1 month to go, so there it is, probably. Arena expenses, recreation expenses. Remember we did add a extra staffer part of the way through the year, so.
And that's working great. I mean, the amount of programs we're running now is insane. It's awesome.
It's a good deal.
Recreation programs, right on schedule where we need to. Movie night didn't get used. Museum, that's largely the operators' wages, so that would be done.
They didn't use the movie night for the band or something?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what we did this year.
Yeah, yeah,
But
both.
not deducted from
Yeah, the recreation programming budget's still well within line, so not too concerned about that. Administrative support, again, also it's the administrative share plus the leisure services director's wages, which is also our CAO, so. Amortization expense for recreation would include buildings like the arena, some of the playground structures. Halloween Family Fun Night, we haven't received their invoice yet, from the fireworks company. I'm sure we'll get that very short order. Recreation. Community grants, so 5,000 to the Arts Council, 30,000 to the Posse. That number was increased last year at the budget. Water system, So, water stats are as listed.
Was there an increased cost to the testing?
Yeah, there's a few more tests that have to be done for the wells 1 and 2 project for like a year, and then we take that to the Interior Health and get another report from them.
So it's not like the testing overall is gonna increase even next year?
It shouldn't.
You don't think so?
Hopefully not. We'll see.
Everything's going up, I just can't see why that wouldn't go up too.
No, but like,
Yeah, I
it
mean,
was
no,
just
like
those,
cost-wise maybe, but like operational-wise.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't
like
think so.
your requirements aren't to
Right.
continually test those ones.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you that
What were the wages, what, they're,
But just extra work, right?
Yeah, we've had quite a few like water digs and just stuff that went into overtime, and there was a lot of breaks, like service breaks and stuff like that. Adds up pretty quick.
200,000 over budget already.
28.
Is there somewhere in there where we find out what we're bringing in from commercial buildings being metered now?
We don't typically break down the user rates. It's typically all done in one lump, but I can get that number for you if you need.
Like we wouldn't have a total for them all?
Yeah, you can get that number. It's easy enough, but it's not listed in the financial statements. It's as presented here.
I'm just curious after what I have to pay,
from what you did before, it's quite a bit more.
like nothing before.
Yeah.
And $600 every quarter.
Didn't we always say that the ready mix would be they'll just
Yeah,
say
the-
that-
the-
I bet you theirs was bigger than,
Yeah, the former basically just applied a category to the operating business and billed accordingly. So there wasn't much of a rhyme or reason to how the number was calculated or what we billed. I think the post office paid like $2,000. There was no real rhyme or reason to it. With the metering, it's basically what you use is what you pay. So I'm just trying to find it up here. There it is. So the 703 number. Typically, our annual billing is about. Like I said, I'm going off of memory, so pardon me if I'm not exact on the numbers, but typically our water bills will be about 700,000. Now there's a 10% discount on that, so they go as low as 630. They usually come in around 650 or 660. So we're probably talking $40,000 to $50,000 in quarterly billing in that number.
more since the meter, is that what you're saying?
Well, before the meters was zero, but commercially, yeah, it's, the billings were typically in that 700 range. It went down to 630, and then somewhere around 650, 660 with the discounts, removed.
But now commercial's paying a lot more because they're paying what they use, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, the commercial I would say roughly about the same. So, it's just allocated differently.
So you don't pay a water bill once a year anymore? Jared?
Nope, water bills
Not
for
for-
commercial.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, so the actual usage is billed quarterly. For sewer, that's billed annually,
For commercial.
for commercial.
Yeah.
For
So you
residences,
pay both?
Residential is once a year, commercial is
No,
quarterly.
I'm just talking
Yeah.
about commercial, because residential isn't metered.
No.
Oh, yeah.
So what I'm getting at is, now that I'm paying meter, do I pay at the, when your taxes, you pay a water bill once a year, right?
that's only for residential.
Only for residential. no.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, okay.
commercial pays 4 times.
Weren't you saying you paid a lot more now?
In terms of,
Commercial.
Before, your commercial.
certainly,
Before, I thought you had said at the start of that you paid a lot more because your commercial meter now.
well, Yes, what I was getting at was I was thinking that
Oh,
on
you
my
were paying
taxes
twice.
for my business, I was paying, you know, water, sewer, blah, 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 and all that kind of
Oh,
stuff.
you're paying the annual plus the quarterly? No, it's just the quarterly.
So.
Although that would be a revenue maker.
Yes, sir.
James, just to confirm, or Jared, like the commercial is a flat base amount, like is a per use amount, like the
Per
rate
cubic meter, yeah.
is the same for everybody, but is not just directly based on your volume
usage.
that you use
That's correct.
to accurately reflect.
And then, are we residential, are we hopefully doing that this year?
Yeah, it's out for tender right now, or request for proposal, I guess. And yeah, we'll see what we get.
Okay.
And if we're under what we have for the grant amount, then we'll fly right at her.
Okay.
Yeah, it is in the capital plan, so we'll review that when we get to this year's budget, so.
And those are in-the-house meters, right? Not curbside meters?
Yeah, in-house.
Okay.
Yeah. It would have been triple the price.
I know the regional districts own curbside, and the pits are worth,
Well,
it's,
it's insane, yeah.
yeah, triple, no, probably more than that, the cost,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, it's quite pricey that way.
So that won't show any loss from the town connection to ours if there
That's
are
right.
any breakage. Or line loss.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the goal is to, and to digress off previous year's stuff to go into what the budget will be this year. The goal is to get everyone on meters, so it is literally, we measure, everyone's paying for what they use.
Yeah, and we'll also be able to find, so even though it's not, it's gonna be in the house, anybody who's connected outside of the house, like in stream from the connection to the house, if their sprinklers or whatever are on, and their meter, cause the meter will send feedback, if it's not showing, then we know that they've got a hookup that's bypassing the meter, so.
Yeah.
And
There'd be
is-
still ways to find it.
And then you still have that water line testing that you can see your volume from your town.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be able to compare the numbers for sure.
Yeah, so we can find loss, cause I think that was the ultimate goal, is like, our volume as a municipality was very high, where's it all going, right? That we
That's right.
have such aging infrastructure.
We've seen a decrease with the infrastructure upgrades that we've already done, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've fixed a lot of unseen leaks and things like that, just with the upgrades that we've done.
I wanna know where we are now on the national scale, cause we were the worst.
We lived, when I lived on the coast, I actually was in a community that metered. And typically the residential bill was very low. It was $25 a month. But it would spike considerably if there was a problem. So we went on vacation, a week later we came back and the toilet was continuously running. There was a problem with one of the upstairs toilets and we called in the plumber to get it fixed, but that water bill that month was $250.
But will it be monthly?
my
billing,
son-
or-
My son left the soaker hose outside in the garden, even though there was rocks and nothing in it, and that was $250. So it doesn't take much in the way of leaks to actually rack up a considerable bill. So the hope is that it really helps water conservation efforts in a strong way. And with the software we have planned, it should be real-time detection. So if we notice that somebody's using a lot of water, we can proactively go and help them out.
So with the software you have planned, would it be monthly billings that we would be doing?
It would be quarterly, the same as
Quarterly?
same as
Okay.
same as commercial. Yeah.
Okay, so it might be 4 months before they see it.
But the
Our
data we
system
get
will
is
be able
real time.
3 months, I should say.
Our system will be able to, it records, the new system, when we get it, hopefully, is gonna be cellular. So, and it's gonna, the information is gonna go constantly into the program.
But the
Like
bill won't
hourly.
be seen for.
That's right.
No, so, but we'll be able to see issues.
And they'll know there's been an issue, so
Yeah.
they'll expect that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So if we notice somebody's using a considerable amount of money or water before they actually get the
emotional
bill,
support dog is here.
we can tell them that you have a leak. We can investigate it, so you're not paying a $250 bill.
And also with Neptune, there's an actual app you can get for your water meter. So you can get alerts and things like that if it's more than normal usage.
Would areas be be metered in terms of it's going to a certain area, and we would have our meter of how much of that is, and if it turns out that the you know, the sum of all the ones that it's going to in that area, and this was far below what this is, would tell us that there's water breaks somewhere. Cause
Yeah.
I'm sure that the big part of it, why we are such high users is our water system, in terms of leaks and whatnot.
Yeah, potentially. There was a lot. We've been doing a lot of leak detection and stuff like that, and haven't really found any major ones. So, but we've been finding minor service leaks and repairing them as we go, and that does really add up. But yeah, the system, we would be able to kind of group an area a little bit to see.
Okay, so what the metering is gonna tell is if there is any breaks. Because it's gonna average out in terms of what it says for that area.
Potentially, yes. Yeah, so the system, what we read, and then what is actually pumped out into the system, we can look at those two numbers. And if they're off by a lot, then we know there's
Yeah,
some big usage
Yeah.
somewhere, right? Yeah.
we know where to look.
Yeah.
Cause I'm sure we're not
Gotta
that
make
wasteful,
make his way around to everybody. Dexter.
but we will find out.
Yeah, exactly.
So on the sewer side, it's as presented. Again, some of the numbers are high. I know Jared said he was having some tricky sewer issues with at Westridge. He was having some tricky sewer issues with some breaks. I'll kind of let him discuss that if you want. So you know more than I do.
Yeah, just with some of the older stations, we've been in there working, doing a lot of maintenance. Things have been breaking down and just replacing. It should calm down now. I think we've done a lot of repairs, so I think it was just kind of a big busy spurt for that.
So if we're already 200 over budget on that category, what do we do there?
It has its own reserve, so it just automatically gets taken out of reserve.
We are working on a long-term solution for that Clarchester.
From the budget?
Next 2 years, maybe.
Well, hopefully, I would like to bring it to council very soon,
Yeah.
get it ordered, if possible.
Too bad that gas station didn't go in.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Gotta get rid of the Clarchester.
So, total expenditures, $10,589,000, which leaves, a net surplus of $2.275 million for, current fiscal year 2025.
Based on grants and stuff? Is that what you're?
That's actual, so
Surplus?
2.275 is the actual. Yep.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah, we
October.
haven't spent.
It's still
Yeah.
a whole quarter.
Yep. Reserve transfers, so it sort of gives the details of where everything is going, or plan to go. Remember, reserves don't actually get transferred, until we do the reconciliation in February. Positive numbers are numbers that are going into reserve. Negative numbers are numbers that are getting taken out of reserves. I believe that's the way I set it up. Hang on one second. Yep, sorry. Yeah. Wanna
Still
make
in
sure
a
I got
lot of
that right.
confidence here, James.
Wanna make sure I got that right, yeah.
Oh,
no,
I
that's
think this
right,
whole
yeah.
thing was backwards.
Darn, yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure.
You owe money now.
Every so often I switch myself up with something and mix myself up. But so reserve transfers for operating expenses, 1.4 million to the good so far. So still have 1.4 million dollars in excess funds for this year. Sewer reserve, we're down 722. Water reserve, we're down 439. We're still within tolerances. We don't have any negative reserves, thank goodness. Indigenous Engagement Fund, the province gave us an extra $43,000. That's specifically for EMCR to implement the new Emergency Management Act. We have to consult with First Nations on that, so we have a pool of money to do that with. Land sales transfers, parkland, a lot of these are just going to be interest transfers. Future Amenity Fund, there was a little bit of a negative taken out for the end of the arena project as authorized by council. Fire department, that's the basically additions as allocated. $400,000 in taxation revenue gets allocated to fire department every year plus interest. Deferred revenue, that's just projects we're completing. When we get paid for a capital project, we basically hold it as a liability until it gets used. And then that gets allocated through the year, so there's a deferred revenue. Essentially, we received a lot of money for projects that we haven't started yet. That's what that large positive number means. 1.9 million of that is residential water meters. So we started the residential, or we've been paid for the residential water metering project. We haven't started the residential water metering project yet. So that's where that lays into.
Does everybody know what that?
It's been in the paper.
Yeah, somewhat. We need to do some more engagement.
I don't know, what do you,
We should
unless
do
you're
some
knocking on
engagement
everybody's
for sure.
door.
So a lot of these are just interest allocations. The Grant Community Fund has been used and exhausted, so we have built the fire hall and used the Grant Community Fund to pay for that. Climate Action Reserve, you remember I brought that to council's attention to use part of that as the arena project and reallocate the remaining money to the Future Amenities Fund.
And we've done whatever, on that community, we've done all the
Correct.
reporting or whatever?
Yeah, correct. So we're all good there, so if I scroll down, so reserve transfers for cash transactions, 2.230 million, which makes our imbalance 0.
So can you talk about this unrestricted surplus transfer?
Yeah, so unrestricted surplus transfer is essentially, sorry, let me move back up here. So it's for anything that's a non-cash transaction that's going to be operational in nature. For example, if we collect taxes, we do a tax levy, but not everyone pays all at once. So we get a $7 million bill right off the bat. And because it's a non-cash transaction, it goes into unrestricted surplus at that point. When we turn it into cash, then it goes into the general operating fund.
Okay, so what is this for?
So the 4 million is the difference between values that we have. It's essentially a difference between accounts receivable and accounts payable. So we have $4 million in funds that need to be paid that will convert into general cash revenue when it comes in.
Okay, so this is anticipated to still be paid?
That's right.
$4 million this year
Correct,
by the
yeah.
town? And we have that funds there, we're
Just waiting for it to roll.
waiting for the
Yeah.
invoices?
Yeah.
Any specific project
We have it's mostly flood expenses at this point.
still? Okay, is that
Yeah.
what expense you're waiting for?
Yeah. So we're still waiting
So
for.
is that, you're waiting for the revenue or you're waiting for the invoice?
We're waiting for the revenue. We're waiting for the actual money to roll in.
Okay.
That's why we have the large deficit in that.
And we've submitted everything now?
We have submitted.
Everything is, there's no back and forth, or is there still some of that happening?
We have some, there was an internal problem with the MCR. It went to the response people who denied it again, and sending it to the recovery people. They're sending it to the wrong sort of side of things, so they still have some administrative quirks, and
And a 6-week shutdown from the province.
that didn't help, so. We are working on it. They assure us it's all in the works, but again, we're moving at the speed of government, so.
Okay, and then the 495?
So the 495, that's going to be. I brought that in just for ease of council. Those are capital expenditures that did not have a source of revenue. So for example, the arena compressor. So the arena compressor was paid out of operational revenue from the municipality. So when that cash gets expended, the other side of the transaction would go in there, so we can actually track how much municipal tax revenue is going toward the capital plan.
I thought we had that budgeted for.
We did have it budgeted, but we didn't have the source of funds was taxation.
Oh, okay.
So that's what
So it
that
was in the
represents.
budget, but it wasn't.
But there wasn't a specific source of funds, there wasn't a grant, there wasn't a, yeah, so that will actually give that number in whole dollar amount, so we can actually see what part of operational revenue is going to pay for capital expenses.
Anything else? Cause I don't think was the compressor that much?
It was 160, so there is a couple of capital projects. And some of that reflects around waiting for the EMCR funding to roll in. So you gotta remember part of the fire hall was funded through interest provided by the Treasury Board submission. So until that money actually rolls in, again, we have a deficit position, we're waiting for the money to roll in, so it shows up as a negative. in the
When do we get
operations
that from
surplus.
the interest?
Pardon me?
When do we get that interest money?
When the actual money gets paid, because I'm billing them for the interest as well.
You're anticipating to build them,
That's right.
and so that represents that full.
Correct. Well, 160 is, we won't get back, because that's the arena.
So 290, there's,
Yeah.
that's less than
Yeah.
200,000
Yeah, it's approximately 290.
for, what was the other 200?
For the interest from the Treasury Board submission to pay for the fire hall.
Okay.
Okay.
And we,
So that leaves us with a zero balance on that. So, maybe a quick recess to kind of get some coffee and redo our bearings, and we'll go over the operational budget for 26.
yeah, motion to recess. Thank you. Second. Anybody?
Anybody to second?
Sure.
Thanks.
Sorry.
All in favor? Okay, we'll recess for 15.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, we'll reconvene. Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as promised before the break, we're going to go over the budget book, all 88 pages of it. So, it should look like that. It was all distributed through the meeting book. I have one extra copy. If somebody needs it, but everyone should have it. So as usual, when I go over the budget book, this is largely one man's interpretation of council's wishes. If you notice something that looks out of place or something that wasn't quite right, directors, council, mayor, staff, anyone, do let me know. Tomorrow, when we get through this book, tomorrow will largely be the changes and to look at the changes and make sure everything qualifies properly so that we can move forward with the first two readings. So feel free to interrupt and we can make changes and come back tomorrow with changes. So the first page is an introduction. Let me switch over to the slide deck here. So you follow along with the slides in the booklet. These slides will largely match, but that's interesting. There we go. All right. A little slow, I guess, going back and forth. So, but feel free to follow along in the budget book. But I made some slides that are a little easier to follow along here. Public consultation. So when we are completed, we've passed two readings. We will host our usual public consultation sessions. I've been kind of curious about possibly doing another a video on the budget. We got quite a good engagement on that the last time we attempted it, but there's always you can always submit any member of the public submit via email, written submission, or phone call. So just basically why we do budget. I'm just waiting for the slide to switch. It's quite a timing issue here. There we go. Budget design. So we're required to do a financial plan every year under the community charter. It's a 5-year plan by statute. Obviously, what we decide to do in 2030 very likely to change. We have an election. We actually have 2 elections before the 2030 budget is finalized. There's the 2030 is very conceptual. We mostly try and concentrate on the 26 numbers when we do the budget today. Take the 27, 28, 29, 30 budget with a grain of salt because we will modify it moving forward. Move on here. So we divide the budget up into a capital and operational budget. We all know that. Gets categorized into separate departments, separate line items. It just makes it easier for staff to follow along and easier to track for variance analysis. We do try and, as much as possible, classify departmental budgets. When we break it down, we look at wage rates, we look at subcontractor rates, we look at materials. We try and figure out where the pain points are, what's going up faster than others, what's decreasing. Are we changing our methodologies for what we do? Did we add buildings? Did we subtract buildings? There's a budget is a very difficult thing to put together because it's a very moving target. A municipality, it may look like Princeton never changes, but really there's stuff changing all the time, and it's to keep track of it is my job, and hopefully I do a good job. So you guys haven't sent me roaming from town yet. So capital budget. So we do try for the maximum extent possible to use grant funding, other sources of funds other than taxation for the capital the capital budget. We've been fairly successful, sometimes through grant funding, sometimes through the flood gave us a lot of funds to kind of expend. But the provincial and federal governments have let us know that there's a very good chance that, capital funding or grants for capital funding dries up in the future. They really want us to try and stand on our own 2 feet. So we'll do our best with what we have. We have lots of capital projects to finish up. But in general, we spend what we can, and the next council or whoever gets elected may have to sort of put a lot of thought process into sort of how we pay for capital projects moving forward. Operational budget was designed with a 5% increase in general from the year before. Wages were designed with a 6% increase. We had a new collective agreement that came in place. It was 5% for this year, 6% for the next year, and 4% for the next 3, 4, 5 years. 3, 4, 5. So next year, all the labor rates are designed to go up 6%. Where significant increases or decreases have incurred over and above that 5% or below that 5% threshold, individual line items can sometimes be adjusted. If we've always spent $10,000 on something, why are we budgeting $100,000 for it? So those are the type of questions the budget attempts to tackle. Also, on the other side of things, if we're spending $50,000 a year on something and all of a sudden it spikes up to 125, why? And that's really the challenge with budgeting, is trying to figure out why and trying to adjust everything over and above statistics. Did I see anything else? So we do try and pad some of the numbers in the budget. Do we ever use all the snow removal? No. Is it important to make sure it's there? Yes. So if we have unused amounts, they become surplus operational revenue, and they can be spent in future years, hopefully to reduce future taxation or reduce future pressures on capital objects or things like that. Okay, so on to the budget itself. Expenses. So this will give kind of a overview of the budget with charts. I will make sure everyone gets a slide deck. I did over the weekend, so I apologize for you guys not having it today, but it follows the same information as in the budget book. So if you want to follow along with that as well, that's fine as well. So this chart I usually publish. This is not in the budget book. Like I said, we'll get you the slide deck, but this is the, I'll see if I can zoom in on this a little bit. Oops. No, I don't think I can. So I'll point out and sort of show everyone what it kind of looks like. Try and get a good look at it. But this is a listing of the major categories of the budget, and show the percentage of the total budget and sort of on an average tax bill, which was calculated next year to be $1,281.16. Sort of the share as per a share of the actual tax bill as to each department of where it's going. So for example, general government services, $1.8 million, which represents 18% of the budget, and the share of a $1,281.16 tax bill is $274.93. So it gives a conceptual as to how much a residential tax bill is paying for each department. Obviously, it's a little bit of a flawed calculation, because the campground isn't receiving $35.11 of tax money. It's subsidized on its own. So really that amount that's being subsidized from taxes is zero. But it does give a good ratio as to sort of how the tax dollars are divvied up. The largest portion of our budget for the 8th year running, and will continue to be so forever, is Public Works. 2.377 million under administration for the Public Works Department. Represents 23.7% of our budget. So, recreation is up there, 13.3%. General government is always high, water sewer is always high. That last line always rings true. About 60% of all municipal operational expenses are spent on 5 departments: Public Works, Leisure Services, Waste Management, and Water Sewer. And that's largely what we're here for, so it makes sense that we spend more than half of our revenue on those 5 departments. Any questions on that, Charlie?
I have a question, James.
Yes, please.
And you or Jared, doesn't matter. Water and sewer, are we finally collecting enough utilities to cover, like to get closer to our expenses of water and sewer?
Yes, and I'll go over that when we actually get to that.
Okay.
Fees and charges actually on my list of things to discuss, so we get to water sewer, sort of discuss where we're going with that.
Okay.
So,
Good job, Jared. I saw your face.
so I did this chart just to take the 2024 chart and compare it with the 26 one. The color scheme should roughly work. Just to kind of give a little bit of an illustration over time as to how these categories shifted over the last 2 years. Just because I derived this off of the 2024 presentation. So you see general government 2 years ago, 204.70, this year 274.93. 1.354 million to 1.809. So these have increases, but when you break it down by household, it's not nearly as bad, even though we need an extra 500,000 for it. Some of these numbers have gone down. Cemetery services cost $12.40 2 years ago, now $9.73. Just finding efficiencies and trying to drive that rate down. Public Works, our largest one, 21% of the budget 2 years ago, 24% of the budget now. Economic development, 5.3% 2 years ago, 5.3% now. So it's never, this is the number and it will be the number forever and ever and ever, and it's a moving target. It's a challenging document to make. It's a challenging document to follow. But we do our level best to make sure it works and it makes sense. So yeah, fascinating little chart there. Any questions on it? Yeah.
Is this a process that we're supposed to develop our budget for next year?
Yes.
Why am I seeing the next 5 years in the
Okay,
process?
so-
Why am I not seeing the last 5 years telling us how we got somewhere?
It's all there in the budget book. So in your budget book, if you look,
I looked. All I see is.
it's because that format doesn't give
I
it to
do
you.
have some, yeah.
Yeah.
They're too
This
small,
might help
right?
a little bit more.
Because everywhere I looked at, everything was 26, 27, 28,
Yeah.
29, 30, and I'm thinking, great.
Yeah.
It's over
How did we get
pages,
here?
yeah. If
Is that-
it's
What
in
do
a
I care about
booklet.
what we're doing in the 2030?
I have it in here. So. Yeah.
It does work out that if you open it,
Yeah.
So,
you can see
Properly?
both.
Yeah.
Open it properly?
Yeah, you can see, on most of the pages, there were a couple
Not all of
pages
them.
that were, but, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah, I
you.
was like expecting the long pages. Like normally, I'm like, they're not here.
Back to back. I'm not a publisher, so I reserve the right to screw it up sometimes. I
Oh.
apologize. So
Just opened yourself up there, James.
I know.
So the biggest jump is government services, obviously, yeah.
From 2 years ago, yes. So in general, there's just we do more, right? We have 2 full-time building inspectors instead of 1. We have 3, sometimes 4 administrative staff, not 2. We have a development coordinator. We've grown a lot in that department in the last 2 years. You know, some departments are a little less of what we do. So it just depends on sort of what our needs are and how we shift, so.
And what contracts we take in-house too, that'll change things.
Yeah, the province has a lot more requirements on us, so we have to follow those requirements, so. Right, Carrie?
Is he calling you out for looking at your phone?
One of the harder departments, right? Corporate services got hit hard because a lot of the provincial requirements are, you know, the official community plan, the zoning, the housing needs, all that, it all falls on corporate, so. A lot of corporate stuff falls under general government, and that also went up in the last little bit, so. All right.
And then there's some things we'll just never be able to offset with fees and charges. It has to come from general taxation, right?
Of course. Yeah, like we'll never, you know, municipal government is one of those beautiful things that we work to serve the public, we don't work to make a profit. So, you know, we'll never make money on our arenas and recreation facilities. We'll never make money on our waste management services. But, we will collect some money to offset, but really the primary objective is to serve the public, not necessarily to make sure that it's a nonprofit operation. General government, we'll start off with that. We're talking about it anyway. So these slides are largely rehashed from years before, but it sort of gives the sources of funds, a description of the line items that are in your budget, and then any sort of changes that come on in 26 to 30. I think it's also important to point out when designing the budget, we have no new staff members in the budget for 2026. Last year we had some. This year there are no additions. There are some adjustments, but there are no new additions. Expenses. Changes. So if you look at your budget, and that is page general government's one of the first ones that come up. But, it's 10 on the agenda. Should I go with the agenda numbers or my budget numbers for page numbers? I'll go with the agenda numbers. So page 10.
Yeah, because your budget itself didn't have page numbers on it.
Yeah, because the agenda takes up the first 2 pages. So. Was I looking for? Oh, sorry, page 12. So it's the next one. You'll notice that there's less transfer to leisure services, less transfer to economic development, less transfer to public works. So when it first came here, we had 3 admin transfers for wages. One was economic development, went into the economic development budget. One was director of leisure services, went into the leisure services budget. And the third one was director of infrastructure services, went into public works. So that was Jamie Yemp will be back in the day. When he retired, that line item did not move with him. So I've reinstated that for an administrative transfer out of administration and back into public works.
For next year.
For next year, yeah. So it just brings consistency to what we're doing amongst administrative staff. And then, of course, election expenses for 26 because we have a municipal election this coming year.
And the wages for management staff is a 6% increase, or is that?
It's all wages are calculated as 6%, but that'll be up to council in the new year to base what they have. That's why we have the unionized staff have increases that are calculated in January, and exempt staff are calculated in April. Because that gives council 3 months to decide what they want for 2026.
What was the contracted increase this year?
6. Oh, for next
The
year.
union is 6.
Union 6 this year?
Yeah. 56444. So we're in a year 2.
Okay.
I was just curious on the management one, so it's on an assumption of 6, what you increase.
The budget is set for 6, but staffing increases our chief administrative officer in conjunction with council. Much beyond that, there's not a whole lot of changes. Capital expenditures I can go over with at the same time. So we look toward the bottom of page 13. Computer hardware replacement, 30,000. That's a carryover from 2025. A lot of the workstations are we did our last major replacement in 2020, so we have 5-6-year-old computers. The average life cycle of a workstation is about 4 to 5 years, so some of them may be a little long in the tooth. It gives us a little bit of funding so that if we have computers that need to be replaced, they can be replaced. It also has a pool that if we had new employees, it can be replaced. There are none scheduled for this year, so that's less of an issue, but it does give a pool for if people need financing. Bylaw compliance, so that's, there's housing needs and accessibility plans that need to be done, so that's also as a capital item in there.
Is that still a carry forward then, or that was?
As a carry forward, yes.
It includes the zoning bylaw as well,
Yeah.
correct?
That's right. Town hall security upgrades. So this is a new capital project, and you'll notice that the capital expenditures project numbers. That's the 2026-004. The first 4 numbers are the year. So 2026 is the year. So we know that there are additions this year, or there are additions in previous years. So town hall security upgrades, that's in response to some other municipal incursions we've had with security issues. Basically, we'll pay for a couple of barriers and access electronics so that people can't get into secure areas of town hall and perhaps harass staff without at least having to walk through a wall to do so. It's essentially to upgrade this place so that it meets modern standards.
And funding source on that?
There's no funding source on that. That's a taxation. Yeah.
I think it's coming from land sales, was the resolution.
Didn't we put a contract out for that?
Yeah. Council's approved it, but I'm pretty sure it said it was coming from land sales.
I didn't see that. I can check. And then there's your accessibility assessment and plan. Is there.
There's surplus operational revenue in this.
Yeah.
We already approved it a couple months
Mhm.
ago.
But I think the resolution said land sales.
So does this, the bylaw will need to change?
Yeah, if that's what the resolution says, I have to look it up.
We look.
I did my budget book, I'll go get it.
We're going to second reading. I do expect this document to change, so.
We haven't done first reading, so we can change now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
There is no reading on the table, so.
The resolution for the security upgrades for town hall.
Well, I've got it on in my budget.
Okay. That's it for general government for capital items. Any questions on the general government budget?
The accessibility assessment plan, was that a carry forward?
Yeah.
Cause it's got a.
Yeah.
It has a 2026, that's what I was asking, if it's a new thing. For 50.
Yeah, I think it was an unfunded carry forward, so Carrie can talk on that, but I think the chance of it happening in 26 is limited, or there's a grant coming forward or something, I'm not sure. She can speak to that.
Okay, cause it, yeah, the fund on the back, like your proposed C,
Yeah,
or C?
yeah.
Yes, Schedule C, it says Indigenous Engagement Reserve Fund.
Oh, that's not right.
Yeah, because we already
Yeah.
transferred that, did we not?
Do you have these pages on the TVs, no? Can you put these ones, the ones with, no,
I can. Yeah. All right.
there?
Yeah, sounds good. It is land sales, so we can correct that.
Out of what we have left in that.
So Carrie, you were mentioning the accessibility fund,
Correct.
or the accessibility plan.
Yes.
Is that,
That's a 2026 project.
is there a grant coming for that, or?
Yeah.
No. Something we have to fund out of tax revenue, or?
I'm not sure where we,
Just the number that is on your proposed budget is 2026-005, but in your Schedule C, and it says accessibility assessment plan.
Yeah.
But Schedule C, that same number has a different name. It has hazard, risk, and vulnerability assessment number, 2026-006. Not 005. Unless it's just a different, like a number, there's no 005 in your Schedule C that I can find.
Always a possibility.
Right, if you're, on your budget, you have, sorry, I have to keep my glasses on, it's
Yeah.
great.
The five, the accessibility plan is listed as number 5.
Yeah, but then it's not in your Schedule C, 005,
All right. So we can add that to Schedule C.
unless, I wasn't sure. if it was
Yep,
an addition.
nope.
that has also been approved by council. Mary's doing.
So it's in the works, right?
Yeah, it's in there somewhere.
So, and that funding you said was grants?
No, I think we paid,
No.
I think it came out of taxation.
Yeah, that's come out of taxation.
It was in our budget for last year. and
Yeah.
We approved it.
But it has a 2026 number, that's what
Yeah, we already approved it, so I don't know why it'd be in a 2026 when it's already in the works for 2025, so.
I'm just trying to follow along with this.
Yeah. I'm just trying to understand why it is the way it is. It's all yours there. George will be back in a bit.
Do you want me to carry on? All right. Anything else with the general government side of things? Okay. Discretionary funds. So this is basically grant needs and facade improvement. So essentially next page 16 and 17.
Which page?
Page 16 and 17? It's the budget numbers, or the agenda numbers. It's 14, 15 on the budget, 16 and 17 on the...
Okay, what about the reserve transfers on,
Oh, do you want to go over those? Yeah. Yeah, so you will see each one of them will have reserve transfers. The general government one is the largest because it tends to it shifts money into basically it's the catch-all for taxes. So all the amounts that aren't specifically related to a department go through general government. So that's why we have a general operations fund surplus of $4.866 million. So it basically funds all the other departments.
okay, so that transfer from, if I'm reading this right, 2026 plan transfer from general operations is 13.4? Is the,
Sorry?
your transfer, your reserve transfers?
Yeah.
It doesn't have the years on it, but I'm assuming it is 2026 on page
Yeah.
15. So the plan is with your.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I'm looking at the opposite one. Yeah, 13.402 is the contributions to the transfer from general government. Yes.
So, and that revenue is already there, or that's from taxation, that's your anticipated taxation?
That'll be from all sources that are in general government. So if you take a look at the 4 account, there's
So it's not a net deficit of 13?
no, it's a net gain of 13. So if it's negative, that means it's contributing. If it's plus, that means it's
That's better.
It illustrates it a little bit better on the second to last line. So you can see total reserve transfers, -10. So if we have a $10 million surplus, we're essentially giving $10 million back to surplus funds. So 13.402, think of that as we're giving 13.402 million to the reserve fund.
Okay, so that could be from, grants that we're anticipating
That's right.
for the repayment of the EMPC
Yes.
amount.
So getting into that, a large portion of that, because you notice the next year's it's 4,555. The reason that number is so high, so there's $8 million of difference, is we're still expecting up to $5 to $6 million from the public works yard. We're still expecting $1 million from EMBC on the flood
Right.
stuff.
Right, yeah.
So that all gets accounted for in 2026. So you've asked me a couple times, Councillor Gould, on where the BC Hydro surplus funds are. We're waiting for that
We're
from.
using that while we wait to be reimbursed,
That's right.
and then when we get reimbursed, it goes.
Then we'll have a lot of general operating surplus, and we can figure out what we want to use with that at a later date.
I suppose this is the way this is always supposed to have been done, but I have never, what is the point of having projection 5 years into the future when we're trying to do a budget for this, for the next year?
It's a requirement by law.
I know it is, but that's not a requirement for us, is it?
No.
It's for you to pass on.
Right.
I'm having to go from one page to another page simply to go from where we are to what the budget that we're gonna try and determine, right?
But if you line them up together,
Why
they
do I
should,
need all this other stuff on this side?
just the first column.
It's
if you're just doing 26.
We're just supposing, aren't we?
At this point, yes.
So in theory, what Councillor McLean's asking is, could you put 2026 with the other 5 other columns on the one? that
I
page?
could.
And then he
I
would
can't do
go
it.
on
That's
the-
where we're gonna be writing and marking down or marking up or whatever kind of thing, and we're doing it as a result of what we've done over the past years, and we're finding out why
what
the numbers are the way they are. You'll see a big change in the one year to the next, and there'll be an excuse for it, maybe if something broke or you had to buy a new one or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and those numbers, I think, Director of Finance has done what you were asking for, showing the previous years. It just is split at the next projected one.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Working on.
it's a lot of 10 columns of numbers, a lot to fit on one page.
Yeah.
So it's already small to begin with. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But that one column you might be able to squeak it over there for
Yeah.
Councillor McLean.
Well, I would think so, it's a quarter of an inch.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I see what you're asking. And then you have a ruler.
There you go.
Any other questions about the general government side of things, or?
Let's move on.
As I said, we can always change stuff. We got probably 3 or 4 months before we actually pass it, so we're just introducing the budget at this meeting. Discretionary funds. So sources of funds, there is no collection of money for discretionary grants. It's all municipal taxation pretty much. Consists of grant needs and facade improvement. No changes were proposed to this budget, so 25 and 40 as was last year.
Can I ask about the 2024 total on that grant and aid? Can you remind me why it was 61 instead of 25? Is it 2 years together or a few?
61, I believe we had, so the PXA got a piece of equipment. It was donated to it for $50,000. We got it as an in-kind contribution, but we had to issue a tax receipt for it, so we had to show it on our books, and that's where it wound up. So we actually spent $11,250 in cash, but the $50,000 showed up there because that's the only place we could put it.
Just now.
And it's not a capital expense because we didn't actually keep the piece of equipment.
And then for the facade, it's proposed to 40,000 this year, or 2026.
Sorry?
The facade improvement, at 40,000, because it
Yes.
was originally 25.
Yeah, it was I was asked to put it to 40. It was
Yeah.
actually originally 20.
It's been, I think, very successful, so.
Yeah.
And 25 isn't in there yet because nobody's claimed it. Like, nobody's done the receiving for it yet to be reimbursed.
For the facade improvement?
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't paid them out yet.
There was multiple projects. but-
Yeah. I think a couple of them are still ongoing, so. I think you have, Mark, you said there was 3 that we've approved so far?
Three
Yeah,
we've
there's 3 that
approved,
council
one's-
has approved so far.
One's complete, 2 haven't started yet, so.
But hopefully what happens if they don't this year?
We.
It's still allocated in 2025?
And it gets captured into the 2026 budget.
Okay. So it doesn't reduce what we can give next year?
The total amount we can spend in 2026 is 40, so I can up it to 55 if you guys would like, but.
That's where I'm just thinking if it was in this year's budget, for say 30,000 was approved.
Yeah.
And they don't take it this year, then that's 30,000 that we possibly are committing towards next year. That's only then 10 for next year,
Yeah.
10 new.
But that's kind of why we put it up to 40, because there was some, like
Carry
the
forward.
previous year, we
Yeah.
were about 26.
I don't think we've ever been oversubscribed on it.
No,
at 40.
no, they just didn't when the years
Yeah.
have been paid out. But
Yeah.
I thought that's why we increased it to.
So if it's not used in the 2025 fiscal,
It
it's just.
doesn't get you, it gets
it's
pushed into
over.
26, yeah.
And it is, okay.
Yeah. If I write the check in 26, I pretty much have to take it out of the 26 budget.
To keep in mind that we're reducing it by that much.
Yes. But historically, that hasn't been an issue.
But it's so popular. We still have it. Okay.
Any questions, any other questions on the discretionary grants? It's pretty straightforward. I don't think there's too much confusion there. Protective services. Okay, so, municipal taxation, some fire department capital specifically for the, UBCM issues a fire department equipment grant every year, so we do get some money for fire department equipment. And this is also a category of, or a department that receives money from the regional district through cost sharing for the fire department. Changes, so the training budget, the fire department has asked for 30,000. I believe in there I have put 38.
Yes.
Because the fire chief actually ended up submitting his requests on Friday. And had a chance to incorporate in the budget, so I said 38, he actually asked for 30, so there's a little bit of pie in there for if they decide to do a little bit more training.
Can we go back to the revenue sources on the protective services?
Yeah.
Because you've allocated, projecting 140 for fine revenue and then 487 for other grants. And in previous years, they were 0, so, but they're anticipating that to be.
Sorry, just let me switch over here, so. So animal licensing is listed as 5. 140 for fine revenue. I'm wondering if that didn't quite line up somewhere. Hang on 1 second. Just seemed like an odd thing to put a lot of money into.
Unless you're expecting
Yeah,
recovery from the
that's right.
fire
Brandon,
insurance.
yeah. I have to tell Brendan to calm down a little bit here, so. I'm just going to
When we
pause.
start running low on money, can we kind of hope for like a semi-flood?
Never.
One moment.
I don't want to do my house again.
I don't either.
Forecast. Protective services. $26. Okay. $140,000 is actually the RDOS shared services contract, so that was just a misprint, didn't quite make it over.
So that's being removed from this budget?
No, the 140 is still there, but it's actually the shared services contract. So it's what the regional district contributes for fire protection. So,
Was it not captured before then?
yes, it was, the label is just incorrect.
Okay, so it should be a different line
Yeah,
item,
it should be,
like
it should be RDOS, it should be 400904.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the other grants is the other,
Yeah, so, Fire Smart's 400,000 of that, and then UBCM, gives a couple of grants for, one of them's for the structural protection unit, which, Dave Stringfellow brings up every year, and then we also get a fire department equipment grant from UBCM every year.
but, according to your report, there's been 0 in 2025 or 2024 on that line number.
Yeah, I didn't include the capital on the previous years, it's just, it was too hard to break it down departmentally with transferring it back and forth between the accounting program and the budget book, so.
So was it captured differently last year then?
Nope, it's in that department, it's just not in the budget book. I'd have to manually put it in, just ran out of time. So. But yeah, these aren't any different grants than we get every year.
Just because we're not captured from previous years if we're doing like counseling and see.
Right.
Line by line.
Yeah. So under capital expenditures for this year, fire truck, so that should be done and paid for and received by the
Can we
municipality.
go back to operational expenditures?
Sure, yep.
Sorry, we didn't really talk about it. The utilities for fire department.
Mhm.
Is that, like I see it has been increased, which is good. Is that taking into consideration we have a second building?
Yes, that's why it's out. I didn't include as much as the first building, because the first building is 1970 something, and this one's built to
More efficient.
more efficient, yeah.
Yeah.
So I expect heating costs to be less, electricity costs to be less.
What about maintenance? Will there not be expected that there will be like,
There shouldn't be any maintenance on a brand new building.
like the cleaning or anything like that?
No.
That's just all done by the fire department?
Yeah, they're not increasing members, so I don't expect any more wear and tear than what we would usually have, so.
So we don't have a janitorial contract there?
No, I don't think we have a janitorial contract on the fire department now, no.
So we'll see that.
They're expected to kind of clean up after themselves, I guess. Never been asked for a maintenance budget for that.
That's in-house, training.
I think so, yeah.
New guy training.
Weekly
Yeah.
training.
Yeah, newbie. Yeah.
How to take out the trash, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on the operational side? Okay. So capital expenditures, fire truck, is expected to be delivered in 2026. We don't have an exact date on that yet, but I'll be expected to pay out the difference. Rob is hopeful, the fire chief is hopeful that the fire truck will actually come in about 700,000, so, might be a little bit, that's how much he has left from, the resolution that's passed by council, but that might be a little bit ambitious, the $1 million, so. Ladder truck, 75,000, as part of, Chief Bank's submission that I got on Friday. Ladder truck is part of something that, is gonna be necessary. A brand new ladder truck, he prices at about 2.5 million. However, he also mentions that getting a used one will be considerably less than that, so.
And is that 75 or is that a deposit?
75, we would go for a used one.
Yeah, he's thinking that he can buy something for less than
Really?
100,000, yeah.
Yeah.
used.
they depreciate terribly.
Okay, so that's
It's
not
a good
an
investment.
It's not a great investment, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And really, we don't have a ton of buildings that would require a ladder.
Is there a status on the Cal Tower building?
They're ongoing in their process.
Do you
No, no real-
foresee it going forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Progressing.
Yes,
And that was one of the places that was gonna need a ladder truck, right?
correct.
6-story. I think it was 6 stories. So yes, I do think I need a ladder truck.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain number of buildings that they will allow you before you need one, and I think we're either at that number or we're almost to that number. You can have an X number of buildings and still get by without it, but once you hit a certain number, then you need one.
With Culverson and Community Services building will be at that level, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Culvert Center we were less, but we were like one less, and then with the community service building, we're right at that number.
Do you have any projections for the
Community
Forks
services.
or whatever it is?
Sorry?
Is it gonna be very high?
Community Services?
Yeah, whatever that is on Bridge Street. It's gonna come out onto Bridge Street.
5, isn't it? 4 or 5?
5, I believe.
Yeah.
And what do we say ladder trucks for? 4 and over?
So yeah, it's 5 or 6. We can't do any buildings over 6.
Okay. Well, that's good to know that 75 isn't just a deposit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Let's lock it in.
Yeah, it's quite the swing.
Where prices go up.
Yeah, it's quite the swing. So.
Table's more.
What's that, sorry?
I said the next one is the table's more than the fire truck.
Yeah, situation table, that's funding for the provincial government. It hasn't quite figured out the final training schedule. It involves the Indian band and the regional district, so there's a lot of moving parts to that. So as soon as he has a final schedule, he'll let me know. Miscellaneous fire department equipment. We will not nickname it the Ed Atkinson Slush Fund. We will not. We will not. It's for fire department equipment that we find through the year, and if it doesn't meet the purchasing policy, it goes in front of council. So you guys usually know as quickly as I do what we're spending money on when it comes to that miscellaneous fire department equipment. Fire hall number 2. So there's still the training facility to go on behind it. So that's $200,000 to finish that. Or sorry, no, the training facility is $300,000 below it. $200,000 is for the paving and the final landscaping and such for the fire hall.
So that money already been, where's that money coming
It's part of the. It's part of the.
It's already-
It's part of the capital expenditure. So.
from? And the 300 is too?
The 300,000 at this point is not.
I feel like I've never heard of that.
But again, we have $1 million. We have the fire department equipment reserve, and there's lots of money in it, so that should be able to cover that. Should be able to offset.
Be able to fight anything out here.
Because remember, we're supposed to spend $1 million on a fire truck. We're spending 700, so 300 for the training facility. So
Sorry, James, were you saying to Councillor Willis that 200,000 is already there or is projected as a this year expense from?
the 200,000. That's for the finishing of the fire hall.
Right, but where was the revenue source on that?
It's the same revenue sources as before. So
Like it's in that 2.5 or whatever.
yeah, it was in the general operating fund and the interest, and then the RDOS contribution, and then the
And the loan?
yeah. So there's like 4 different sides of it.
But the 300 is there now.
The 200.
No, I know, but other 300.
But
The
the
300. The 300 is out of fire department. Fire department equipment reserve.
So there's not enough room in that gigantic building that they can train inside there?
I'm not a fire department guy.
I
so.
think the training was, is that the outside stuff?
Yeah,
that they're
outside
Yeah.
talking
stuff, yeah.
So as was explained to me is that they do most of their training now in Penticton. I think Merritt has a small facility, but they can't do everything in Merritt.
Seems like a lot of money we're
so-
spending on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do some training here now with those. If you look at beside the town shop, the new town shop, there's old cars and sea cans and whatever. So they just want to actually build something a little bit nicer and a little bit more. Right now, they're putting like wood pallets and lighting them on fire and whatever, they would actually use natural gas. They plumb it all in so they could turn it on and turn it off. So it's essentially to make a more proper training facility in the back there, so.
And that,
How much is it costing us to send them to Penticton then?
I don't know, it's crazy.
but that
4 fire.
funding source is listed as fire department reserve fund for
Yeah.
that 300.
Yeah.
So if that funds isn't there, then it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same one we're using to pay the fire truck. So $400,000 a year we've been reserving in the fire department equipment.
I know.
So instead of spending $1 million on the fire truck, the 300,000, it'll probably be $1 million for the fire truck and the training facility.
Right, so if they save that 300 on that fire truck, then they could use it towards it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it should be a relatively minor. It shouldn't be any changes to what we have here.
Yeah, yeah, it's not just like a training room. It's an
No,
outside.
it's a whole outside facility. So. And again, that's a potential source of revenue as well because other departments come to train with us.
Yeah, yeah, like Penticton's got like a burned building,
Mhm.
but they actually train.
Yes, staff C cans.
Yes,
Yeah. So it's a potential source of revenue as well when other departments come and train with us.
There's quite a few buildings around here that I would like.
Training buildings.
Hmm.
These are in, that'd be a perfect spot.
And then 84,000 hazard risk and vulnerability assessment. That is money provided by the indigenous fund provided by the province. So
Okay, that's.
essentially that goes. It's a flow through. The province pays us, and we pay the Indian band out of the protective services budget for it.
Okay.
The first half of it, I already have the invoice for. It's about 50,000.
And then, can you explain the reserves then?
So the general operations fund is sort of the catch-all for operations. The fire department reserve transfer 978, so that's 400,000 in. That's done by resolution of council. So they've always asked for 400,000 and the equivalent value of the mine taxation to go into the future amenity fund, but 400,000 to go into the fire department reserve. Less the fire truck and the fire department training facility. Like I said, that's probably overly ambitious to take out of the fire department reserve. It'll probably be 300,000 less than that. Because we were originally thinking it was 1.3, it looks like it's be closer to 1 now.
and then,
Indigenous engagement reserve transfer, that's for the hazard risk and vulnerability assessment. And then 200,000 for the general capital reserve, that's the fire hall number 2. And that's just based on making sure we get that interest back from the province. So when the interest comes back from the province, it can go in the general operating reserve, so it comes out of the general operating reserve.
okay, so our total net transfer from reserve will be,
2.189256 million. Second line from the bottom. Total reserve transfers. Any further questions on the protective services budget? Okay, do we want to press on with one or two more? I noticed lunch just got
yeah,
delivered.
let's do
so-
a couple more.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's hot or not. I don't think so. I think
I
it's-
think there's soup.
Was there soup?
I think so.
We'll keep going a little bit. Emergency program. So this doesn't have a separate page just as part of the protective services, but it's just an extra slide. So notice that the emergency program budget gets dwarfed by FireSmart because the province is pumping a lot of money into FireSmart right now. So yeah, the emergency program and social services are there too, but really it's a program that's dwarfed by FireSmart.
and that's under the fire protection or protective services? budget?
That's under the protective services budget.
But not,
Yeah. Public transit budget, again, an easy one because there's only one line item because community services operates it, BC Transit partially pays for it, we partially pay for it. So transit is different in 2026. Traditionally, we have run a 3 times a week bus to Penticton, and then the 2 times we run a local service. So that is scheduled to be transferred over to the regional district. So the regional district is going to run the bus to Penticton. We will pay into that service based on the historical percentages of people who use that bus, which is about 65% of the cost of the service. And then with the remainder of the budget, it is proposed, and Lyle can get into this a little bit more if council needs any more background information, but we're proposing a local scheduled service 5 days a week in Princeton.
So our costs are going up?
They will eventually, but I mean, it's not been approved by the province that they'll fund an in-town service, so it'll be status quo we're planning on status quo for this next year, but it's possible that that funding will come in, and if it is, we're ready to go to initiate an upgraded in-town service.
And what will that be?
Well, it'll be scheduled, so it'll actually be bus stops around town. They've actually kind of scoped them out and kind of figured out where they should go, or where the best place would go. I mean, it's adjusted later, but, and then it would be a scheduled service Monday, Wednesday, Friday, from like 7 in the morning till like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, to try and help some of the kids going to school, as well as seniors going up and down, doing their shopping or whatever. It'd be like every hour, every half hour service. On top of that, there will be the on-call service, which we have now. You can seniors can pick up the phone and say, I need to go down to whatever for an appointment, and that will still continue. And then Tuesday, Thursday, there'll be, I think it's, I'd have to look at my notes again, but I think it's like 1 hour of scheduled service, so like a bus route for an hour just to get kids to school, and anyone else that wants to jump on, and then on-call, so, which is what we have now.
And for the same kind of cost as the BC Transit?
Yeah, so it'll be slightly more. I think it's gonna cost us probably another $20,000 more when we finally get it all laid out. But we're still not sure what the BC government funding is gonna look like, but we've asked for support for that, so.
Yeah. And we were at 135 last year, we're at 165 now, so this budget incorporates that.
Yeah.
Okay, so this budget is not incorporating any anticipated revenue from BC Transit?
No, because that goes to the regional district now.
Right.
Yeah, and we don't really know what's gonna come out of it, so we'll anticipate low, and then we'll just see what happens, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we don't even know what's gonna happen at all.
But like our cost to BC Transit is going up $60,000 this year.
If it actually ends up running.
So you said status quo.
Right now, it's just gonna be status quo, so it's just gonna be what we have now in town,
Where
which is,
we're-
which
Tuesdays
is,
and Thursdays.
which is,
On call.
on call, right? So that's how it is now, so.
And
there is-
that increase includes that status
Yeah.
quo, 160, it's still going up from what it was.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to anticipate paying our share to the regional district, right, as well, so,
Okay.
yeah.
So we're still paying into the regional
Yeah.
district. Fine.
Yeah.
So as soon as we have more information, we'll pass it on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're hopeful.
And then so our shortfall is the 160?
It is at this point, because we don't have any revenue allocated to it, just because we don't know what's happening with
So
it.
from taxation?
But we lose the grants, because the grants go to the regional district, because they're for travel to Penticton for medical appointments.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why I was just wondering where the shortfall's being covered.
Yeah,
That's what-
transit passes, will people buy transit passes? I'm not sure, so I doubt we'll have that amount of shortfall, but I'm kind of sort of preparing for the worst.
Yeah.
So if we have a service that nobody uses, it's 165,000 we're
Yeah.
committed to
Yeah.
From general.
from general taxation.
So it's
Do I think it's gonna happen that way?
kids
Probably
will
not.
have to
No.
buy passes every day.
No, kids will be free,
Oh.
yeah.
But the province subsidizes that.
Yeah.
So
We'll
when
see
we-
what the province is gonna kick in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So the province, what BC Transit does is essentially it collects all fare revenue, obviously, through community services. Community services remits that to us, we remit it to BC Transit. So
And then
they keep track of their ridership information, And so what, at the end of each month, what they will do is they will track how much it costs for them to run their bus. The province kicks in, I think, 40% of it. So let's say the bus is 22,000. The bus, BC, the province kicks in 7,000 or 8,000 of it. The bus revenue we've received, so they'll add that to the bill, and then basically we pay the difference.
Okay, so this is worst case scenario.
Worst
Yeah.
case scenario, yeah.
And then any passes that we sell, we keep the revenue for, and they'll add that to the bill as well.
And is 1% of our taxation still below $30,000?
We're almost to 40,
Okay.
so.
Which is 3%
um,
of our tax.
Yeah.
Increase it.
Would we know if the funding for the children riding on our bus to school would be paid out of the school district budget?
That's a negotiating, that's something we'd have to talk to the school district.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Because they already have no money.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, we're not gonna be able to totally take on the school route for the school district, like they're still gonna have their bus system, whatever, so they'll still have expenses. This is really more of a convenience for the kids that live in town, to get to and from school,
So they
Yeah.
send a bus now down to over here,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So it's an in-town thing, so they wouldn't have to do that anymore?
Is that just an age? That's
It's an age, like they have some criteria, it has to be, I think, 5 kilometers.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a
And,
distance.
and an age thing as well, so I'm not 100% sure who they pick up here, but it's kind of a transfer for them, so.
yeah.
I thought it was Vermillion Forks that they were picking up there.
It could be, cause that's the right school age, I think, yeah.
It's the high schoolers that aren't covered.
That's right, yeah, yeah,
Even less than
yeah.
So to answer Councillor Gould's question fully, just gonna look for general government. Sewer transfer, sorry, I just pull up where it is there. Nope, that's last year's, there's this year. Okay. Waiting for it to update. So when it updates, you'll notice that in the 2026 budget, 3.865 million is our projected municipal tax revenue. So a 1% increase generates $38,650. Yeah. But it's a $12 million operation. So really, approximately 1 out of every $3 is from municipal taxes. So that means 2 out of every $3 comes from somewhere else. So, grants, sales of service, investments, things of that nature. So, when it comes down to it, the difference between a 3% increase and a 7% increase is not that much. But, which is why we always try and keep the percentage as low as possible.
Yeah, especially when 4% covers the cost of
Yeah.
transit.
Yeah.
But it is important that it's a cumulative thing. So it's 3% this year, and the year after it'll be 3% on top of 3%, or 6% on top of 3%. The next year it'll be 9% on top of 6% on top of 3%. So it's cumulative. So if you have a municipality that advocates a 0% tax increase, for example, you're missing out on any increase for this year, but you're missing out on any increases based on this year for all future years as well. So they do compound, so you do have to be somewhat careful about completely eliminating, because it's 30,000 this year, but it could easily be compounding into a lot of money in the future.
Okay, let's look at the ECDEV. It'll be a short one, and then we can do a lunch break.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. All right, economic development. So economic development, potential changes from one year to the next. I reduced the conference budget. Our economic development director is anticipated to have some more surgery this year, so I don't think he'll go to every conference out there, so I reduced him a little bit on that. The Similkameen Valley was increased to 9,000 last year. We maintained that, but I don't think I disclosed it last year, so there it is again. And I did increase the tourism and external promotion budget by 25,000 as per requested.
Is there a
Inflation.
plan for what their promotions are this year? Cause last time it was in the budget and then the presentation of Princeton Welcomes the World came after.
I think I'll let Gary field that question.
Yeah, so continue with the Princeton Welcomes the World, and then promotion of the animated bronze sculpture is what
Is also the increase?
is in the works, yeah.
I think there was also some World Cup stuff in there.
Yeah,
as
World
well.
Cup to go with it. It was the natural progression of the Welcomes the World to go to the World Cup.
Okay, what's your estimate on that total for that?
For the World Cup
Yeah, for
portion?
next year, yeah, for the World Cup, the Princeton Welcomes the World.
Probably around 20,000 would be high end estimate.
And last year's amount for that Welcomes the World, like you won't, are you buying more banners and stuff?
Yeah, we need to get some new ones. There's some, we've got countries that come that people requesting in the visitor center that they, when their banner's not up.
It's
they-
gonna have to go in rotation soon?
Yeah.
Highest bidder.
Yeah, well, and the thing we can do with ours, we can double side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I like what the guys did this year when they put them like this way on some of the ones that get hit. I noticed that was a good addition as opposed to them always getting clunked by RVs.
Oh, there's some damage done to some of them?
No, the posts rotate, but if we put them this way instead of this way on the street, it helps with that. And just in the problem areas, like some of them never get hit, but there's a couple spots that always get hit. So, seems to be that one just down by Thomasina's, there's always RVs parking there. That one always seems to get clipped. And then there's, I think, in front of the Bull and Butterfly area, that one, those two. And then the other one that gets clipped is on the other side of the post office.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
about 3 spots I've noticed that are constantly getting dinged.
And when is the World Cup?
June.
Of 2026?
Yeah,
So this is
yeah,
the-
so
where you wanna peak
actually
your-
Friday, they're announcing the teams, like in where, who's playing where. So that'll be interesting to see. That'll kind of reflect what we do too.
And then next year's, like 2026 budget would be able to come down, because you wouldn't have that mass marketing to target that one.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanna cut budget to market, sure, you could bring it down.
But it's
Yeah.
not-
Recommend it.
I don't, I mean, I don't think we spend a whole lot, all things considered, on what we bring into town. I don't think that's a very big ask on marketing
Because
budget.
I believe, like you were saying, like you just wanna target and put a lot of advertising towards it, because it's an international event.
Yeah.
So that's where I was just wondering,
Well,
does
there'll be a
it
different target
change?
next year, no?
Yeah, I mean, there's always somebody we can go after. Like, there's always a group that we can go after to tour. Like, we're seeing now, we're getting repeat business from bus tour operators. So they're starting to pull in here. Like, we're seeing the same bus operators are starting to come here, which is what we were hoping for. They're bringing their groups in because there's a gap between Hope and Penticton.
For restroom breaks and everything.
And everything, and something to do, like a stop even, like that's a big
Picture
drive, and they come in here now and they're stopping and they like it, and then they do the walk and they do the other stuff, so we can put more emphasis on trying to attract more of those tour operators. I'm also thinking that eventually we're gonna see more of a return to US traffic again, coming here. We're getting quite a few Americans, but it wouldn't, it definitely appeal to market over there to bring people here.
I know South Okanagan, a lot of wine tours from the lower mainland and things. And long way to go between, Vancouver and Penticton with no stops and
Yeah.
nothing to do.
Yeah, and
so.
something to do, and we're getting that something to do with once the sculpture, the animated sculptures come into place and we're close, I think it will change tourism in this town. I think it's gonna change tourism in the Okanagan. What we're offering here will be a totally unique day experience that people will come here for to do, yeah.
Perfect.
And that'll involve, and that will be where extra marketing dollars go, will be to promote that. whether that's at the airports or that's more billboards or that's more whatever.
That's where that extra 25 that you're
Yeah.
asking for this year is mainly on that.
Is the caboose refurbishment, only the caboose refurbishment?
There was 36, I have a price to do the caboose and then what you were asking for out at the airport.
Yeah,
It's a little over what we have.
over the 30?
Yeah, it's around 45 to do the two.
Are we gonna do anything again, Bruce?
No,
Or
my,
just pretty,
my recommendation is we seal that thing up with aluminum panel all around and put, I've got a design for it that I can show you guys that what I think would be good. And then you don't have to worry about somebody coming and making a home out of it, which we've had in the past and all the other stuff. And then you also eliminate, if we put aluminum panel, you don't have to paint it anymore. That aluminum panel will last, you know, quite a bit longer than any paint and things like that. We can do it true to color as well, like
So you're
what it
still
was.
going to be bringing a report, last year budget, you were gonna do a report to council on the caboose one?
Yeah, I've gotten prices on having it done, so I just got a second quote that came in last week. But there's one I think that we should go with, it's a little more, but I think the quality is better.
That's the 15?
That's the extra one, yeah. Yeah, that's the difference in the two. That includes doing that display up at the
I
weather
just
vane.
wonder why it isn't in here.
I don't know, maybe I haven't talked to James about, but I just left it out.
Airport signage
Yeah.
of some sort? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Around
have
the
any-
weather vane.
Yeah, I didn't have anything solid on it yet, so.
Airplane,
Around the
it's
airplane.
not a weather thing.
Isn't it
Yes,
technically?
it is.
Yeah, it is.
I don't care, can't call it a weather thing.
The airplane.
The airplane.
The airplane.
It's be a suspended airplane.
That's right. It's in the air.
what's the 200 for the industrial park?
What's that?
It says 200 for industrial park.
Oh, that's to correct the swale. We had 3 lots of
That's
big
not
swale
gonna
in
do
the
anything really, is it? Like, isn't it like way
We
more-
got a,
No,
we
it's
got a
not
letter.
good.
Just for those couple lots.
Yep,
Yeah.
They don't fill it up.
yep.
Are
These
you
are material.
considering any more digital billboards?
I'd like to, like that, but that's comes out of our, like in the existing marketing budget, I can
Yeah.
usually get that in there with
Reason
that.
why I ask is I thought at first that was kind of a wacky idea, but the one on the Channel Parkway, 5 seconds it's on? It seems every time I take that stretch, I hit that red light and I get to see that billboard, and it just jumps out at you.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of dropping a second one into that rotation.
That'd be awesome.
Cause,
Yeah.
'cause it's the same thing, every time I drove by, and it was funny, when I discussed that with somebody had mentioned to me, they said, every time we're at that red light, we see that.
I always do.
Yeah.
And I
without fail.
catch it in Abbotsford and Chilliwack too on the way through.
Yeah, we pulled the one I pulled the one in Abbotsford for this year, but that's something we might wanna consider bringing back. I think it's good, but I think we did our thing with that, I think we can do some other stuff that's more creative.
So that's all in that promotion expenditures?
Yep, that's all.
that's all.
on
So
it.
you pulled one to add to Penticton, is there?
I haven't added the second one in Penticton yet,
Just
but
pulled the one in Abbotsford.
just
But
pulled
the
the one.
budget's staying the same, even though you pulled one?
Yeah, yeah, cause we'll do something different, whether that's print, whether that's, I've done it in condo ads before in the elevators, we've done, different things. I'm under the budget, like for this year, what was I, under 50,000 right now?
Yeah. Yep.
And then
So-
are they contracts then, those signs? Like, are they a month to month, or they?
They're month to month, yeah.
Yeah, you wanna keep your stuff fresh.
One of our major visitors to the visitor center was Chilliwack, Abbotsford area,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you're
Yeah,
hitting it where it needs to be hit though, aren't you?
yeah, for sure.
But it's way more expensive than the Penticton one.
It is, it's quite a bit more
Yeah.
than that one. But I mean, again, it's not bad if it goes about 8 seconds, it gets a ton of impressions. So it's a pretty decent spot, for sure. I'd like to do it, once we get the statues animated again, I'd like to pop something new up there. Cause I was starting to get people go billboard blind. We used to, a business partner and I used to play this game, we would go to Florida, we drive like a stretch down to go to the PGA show. We get there and go, can you name a billboard you saw? And we couldn't name one. So it has to be creative, and you have to be, do different stuff to make it work. That's why I like the digital stuff, because it gives that flash.
Yeah, I could see where a digital billboard on the Channel Parkway with the animated statues on it would just
Yeah.
break out,
Yeah, I
just
think-
break out.
Yeah, I think so too. And you'll notice that yourselves when you go to Kelowna, I'm sure, and you drive in that stretch. I would love to hear somebody tell me one billboard they see on that giant, that bend. If you could name one, I'd be shocked.
OV 103.9.
Uh.
That's the only one I can think of is
Yeah.
radio.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you have an interest in it, so you,
Yeah.
you notice that.
but that's the only one I
Yeah.
see.
And I look every time I go and I pay attention to things like that. And, it's,
I'd rather see the lake.
yeah, exactly.
Have you seen it, what they're talking about?
No, I don't, no, I
I have no idea where it is.
No.
Right before you get to the bridge, when you go into Kelowna, when you go to
I'm
cross.
talking
In
about.
West Bay.
Penticton one?
Oh, Penticton's on the
Oh.
Channel Parkway.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I'm there all the time.
Oh, right,
I've never seen it.
right on
Look
97?
for- Yeah, the Tim Hortons.
I guess I've zeroed it out.
I guess so, yeah.
Could be.
Yeah,
Yeah, you see it mostly when you're heading south.
Yes.
yeah, it's meant to
Yeah.
go this way.
Yeah.
It doesn't show the other way.
Is that it for this particular?
We have a little bit more, so,
Okay.
so into the capital, capital side of things. Anyone have any problem with me changing the caboose from 30 to 45?
But that's not just the caboose though.
Yeah, that'll be both.
Or add a line for airport information.
Rather just put them together, I think, because it'll be the same contractor working on both.
Do it.
Yeah.
And you'll get us a report then on what you're
Uh-huh,
recommending.
yeah.
Brown Statue Project, 50,000, that's a standing order from council. Keep that going. 50,000 for visitor center sign replacement. That's the one in front of the visitor center that I've been trying to replace for a couple of years and it's constantly malfunctioning. 200,000 for industrial park expansion, that's to correct the swales, so we get the 3 sales of the land there, so. Our reserve transfers, 250,000, so 200,000 of the, is for the correction of the swale, that'll come out of land sales, 50,000 from the, for the bronze statues. Traditionally, the statues that come out of land sales.
I thought at our strategic planning it wasn't on for this year, statues. That's your recommendation due to the economy and everything like that.
It came up at strategic planning that you wanted to keep that going, so.
Oh, I thought that we discussed that due to the cost and stuff like that, we wouldn't be continuing until that all changes.
No shopping in the US, that's why, because you haven't found somebody in Canada.
Yeah, there won't be somebody in Canada that
So
can do
could
it.
we just take that off from this year then?
It's up
what's
to you
council's-
guys. You guys brought it up at strategic plan to keep it going, so.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I don't-
Probably get a few,
Uh,
probably get a few,
yeah.
From land sale reserves,
wherever it comes. Yeah.
I believe that's.
Yeah.
That's good.
Do we have,
What
do
do you
we have
think
sort of
about-
a straw poll from council whether to leave it there or take it out?
Bronze statue,
Yeah.
we're not doing them.
Well, that's what I thought we discussed at that last
Do I remember that?
I remember discussion, I don't remember the result.
I thought it was back on the table, yeah.
That's what I wrote down, but it's up to you guys.
You've
Why would we
never liked
continue
those
on?
statues, have you?
It's me personally, that's what you think.
Well, that's what's coming
No,
about.
I just-
I
the
don't remember us
recommendation.
canceling it.
Recommendation from the director was until the economy changes in the dollar.
Well, actually, my recommendation was because we were on a no-buy US thing,
Yeah.
that was mine, but I
Yeah.
think we should keep doing it personally.
From the same,
Yep, yeah, I do.
yeah, your recommendation was
We-
no buy while it was this, that's why, and the
We-
tariffs and all that.
We do have a 2-step process, so even if it is on the budget, the director would still have to approach council with a request to purchase, and they would have to be approved at that time.
Yeah,
So just
exactly.
based on being on the budget isn't sufficient to go out and purchase these. It's gonna come back to council, so. I
think
don't
we
know
just
if that
talked
helps
about
make
how
the
it
decision a
helps
little
us
easier or
if
not.
we may not do it, and so why
Yeah,
would
no,
not,
I-
it's $50,000.
my understanding was exactly what Gary just said, was that with the current stuff there, no. we wouldn't. So that's why I thought it was just off completely.
Council decision.
I don't remember.
I think we have a motion from council not to shop in the US right now.
Yeah. But at strategic planning, I think I got it, the message that it was important to continue on and keep it fresh and to look at it again, so. Or maybe it was just to refer to budget or something.
I
so.
do too, if we're not shopping the US, but it's kind of hypocrisy when they buy ferries from wherever and don't bat an eye from, spend $2 billion on ferries from China, and you don't wanna spend, yeah, like, I don't know. To me, it's a good addition, I think we should do it, I think it's important.
What I'm getting is, when I'm driving around or walking around or whatever, I'm seeing people taking pictures.
Yeah.
They're with their kids by that bear thing, and, you know, in my mind, it's one of the things that, you know, besides the fact that we've done a lot of work, you know, enhancing the downtown area, I also thought that you have a little thing you follow on your phone or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's coming.
So you can take the
Yeah.
tour and all that kind of stuff. It's-
Yeah.
I know, I forget who was with me, but we were at the restaurant and they were asking me where the eagle was. You know, where's the eagle? I can't find the eagle. Well, the only eagle I know is out at the, you know, municipal campground. Oh, okay, and they were gone.
It's a good enhancement for
Yeah.
businesses too, like economic development goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
Tourism and economic development, I'm a firm believer, are one and the same. One helps the other.
So do we do it or not? Ready? I say
I think we
before.
just leave it the way it is, that Gary comes to us with recommendations and we either vote it in or out.
Yeah.
At that point, leave it up to Gary to find a couple of possibilities and we'll take it from there.
Yeah.
She's
Sound
on
good?
the arena. I'm gonna be on the roof. I think I'm gonna cool there. Randy, give one to Randy.
Oh, what?
That statue, you. Jesus.
Statue of an otter outside of the arena.
We got there, yeah. Okay, and so that's it for economic development, so I think at this point, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you asked for lunch, so I'd ask for a recess so we can have lunch.
Yes, motion to recess for lunch.
Make a motion to.
Councilor Gould, seconded by Councilor McLean, all in favor? All right, thank you, everyone. We're now at
guys do what you want, he's gonna change whatever, and then I'll go over it again. We don't even have to do first reading today, we can just make him go and do adjustments and bring it back for first reading. Well, we're not gonna do first reading today anyway, so.
I can't do third read till we get to.
This is very much a draft.
What, you can't do which reader?
I can't pass it until we do public consultation.
No, yeah, he was just saying first and second.
Then take the next.
We do have it scheduled to meet again tomorrow. And we do have lunch coming in tomorrow.
Always feel safer.
Giver.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, moving on, we're onto the visitor center budget now. We're on page 29 of the agenda, 27 of the financial plan. Revenue sources, destination BC funding, and estimated revenue on sales. Operational expenditures are listed as they're listed. Majority of it is wages and benefits. And the other ones are as listed in the chart.
The wages there, is that a 6% increase as well?
Yep.
Are they part of the,
No, so that would be council's discretion at that point.
and when is that?
April 1st is when all exempt. So Lyle will approach council sometime between now and April to set that rate.
So James, I might have missed it. Where are you at revenue-wise for the visitor center as of 2025? Did you say that?
As of what, sorry?
2025,
About 50 at this point.
about 50?
Yeah.
Good. All the questions. Okay.
Okay, so, yeah, reserve transfers are just out of the general operations fund. It only covers about 19% of its expenditures. With its own revenue, it needs about an 81% subsidy, so. So that's the budget. There is no capital expenditures for the visitor center. Any questions on it?
So the sign wasn't a couple?
No, it's in the economic development budget.
Are we actually gonna do that this year? Or are we just gonna pull it out?
Yeah.
It's just been a matter of finding one.
That's what I mean.
I think I've got some.
Okay.
I was trying to find multiple options, but it's tougher than.
I drive around everywhere and those things are failing everywhere.
Yeah.
The big ones fail, the small ones fail. Like, I don't even know if they're worth their while.
I think they are if you get the new ones are pretty good. The new ones have some new technology in it that's a lot friendlier.
Do you get it for $50,000 though?
That one's really
Yeah.
old.
Yeah.
I know, but like, you're in Penticton, there's brand new ones and they're short now.
But some of them are,
Glitching.
some of those ones that are glitching out are pretty cheap, because I've talked to people who put them in, and they went cheap routes, and that's what they got.
Okay. I just hate when they glitch. It's like, it looks cheap, right? Like, it's like that, the one that's on the highway,
Yeah.
where there's like squares missing all
Oh,
the
yeah,
time.
that's,
Yeah.
It's like, somebody has to come from Vancouver to fix it, and it's like,
yeah,
it's embarrassing. It's the first thing people see when they drive into town.
yeah. Our supplier for that will be out of Penticton, and they service all their own stuff, so
Okay.
we should be good there.
Any other questions of the visitor center? It's a fairly straightforward one. The next page of your budget is campground. I just point out the capital expenditures because the campground we kind of combined earlier. Campground sewer main, so it's to twin the sewer main that's in there. The current one we have is too shallow and it freezes, so it has to be shut off in the wintertime. And then director has asked that we clad the old campground office so that it matches the rest of the decor.
Then you've gotten quotes on that already, or that's your estimate?
Rough quotes, so I've spoken to Sitka on it.
And the funding source for those?
The funding source will come out of
Campground.
general operating revenue, yeah, because
So revenue from,
it's basically the campground goes into operating revenue and it'll come out.
Good to hear.
The department budget's actually still $4,000, more revenue than expenses, so.
Good.
So you're pumping sewer from the campground up to the,
Yeah, Jared, you wanna explain that sewer?
Yeah, so it would be to replace the sewer force main that goes under the highway up to the lagoon. It'd have to be a directional drill job, so just be minimal permits trying to get pulled for that. But yeah, go up there, then we would just dig the rest in ourselves up top, so shouldn't be too much.
How old is that line now?
I don't know. I don't know when that went in.
It's wood.
It's not wood. Don't say that. We don't have any
It's
wood
very
pipes
contained
anyway.
in this-
oh, they rotted.
It's probably 50s, maybe 60s.
No,
You think it's newer than that?
no, I think it's newer.
Yeah, I was
Because
gonna
I
say-
believe there's a newer PVC pipe on the top side, so
Oh, okay.
I think it was redone at one time, but just by hand, and then they just kind of barely drilled under the highway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll do it properly this time?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, next budget we're on is Public Works. Municipality's biggest budget. Review sort of the costs going down the list here, so. Wages at 1.092, that reflects 15 equivalent full-time employees for Public Works. Also includes the water and the sewer side. This year we're at 15 and a half. There was overtime that made it the equivalent of 15 and a half, so we are fairly adamant that they keep within the 15, so.
James, can we go back to Public Works, revenue sources, is that still like proceeds from insurance and costs, provincial costs, that's still what we're expecting from EMPC and planning?
The revenue sources all have to do, so Public Works in and of itself has no operational revenue sources. There's nothing that pays Public Works directly. Gas tax, $195,000, that's called the Canada Community Building Fund at this point. I just haven't changed the line item. But that's typically gone toward paving in the past, and it's likely to go there again. Proceeds from insurance for $300,000. There's still $300,000 of work left to go in the Public Works yard, so.
300,000.
Our expectation is that Public Works, or that the insurance company pay that, so.
So it's a carry forward still then?
Yeah. I believe Jared told me there's a hoist and some other work.
Yes, a hoist, some other equipment, and paving
And landscaping.
and landscaping, yes.
But that's contingent on getting the insurance
Yep,
coverage?
yep.
Is what you're saying?
That's I keep saying they're contractually obligated to pay it, but
How much is the hoist on?
I think the last quote was, got a few, I think 60 or 80.
Okay, if there's a way to do that sooner than later, I know that's a,
But yeah,
It'll
I would
save
love
us a
to.
lot of
It's
work.
it's a must need up there.
so.
And
So-
is that hoist then in the expenditures, or is that something
Yep,
separate?
it'll be there.
Okay, just incorporated in the maintenance or something?
It'll be under Public Works yard, under the capital expenditures.
Under capital.
Yep. And then there's 1.9 in there for provincial recovery grant. That is $1.5 million for the hillside above the basically the old Public Works road.
Yeah.
The dike along the Tulameen River. And $400,000 for the dike ownership study, which we already have the money for. That's a drift funding, so.
No, 1.5 is from provincial.
1.5 will be from the EMCR, yes.
MCR. And have we got permits and all that stuff in place yet, or is that still?
Still
an
That's
working
what
on
we're
it.
still waiting for.
Does that warrant a phone call to
At
somewhere
this
from
point,
someone?
probably wouldn't hurt.
That's-
We'll talk about that later then.
Okay.
'cause that's 4 years.
It's a long time.
On your operational expenditures, there was, an increase in the, library building, expense there, so was that, like, it's at 50,000, is that an expected, like, a repair or something?
Wasn't that to help with, correcting that flooding problem there?
Yeah, there was, it's a pretty consistent flooding issue, so.
It's a consistent, which thing?
Sorry, which one are we talking about?
Library building.
Library building, it's gone from like last few years, say 20,000, 26, and now it's 70. Is it projected?
Oh, and wasn't the fireplace replaced or something to that effect?
I'm not sure to tell you the
Hall's
truth.
gone way down, so maybe.
Yeah, I think there might be a, inconsistency here. Hang on 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
Just just pull up the. Okay. So it picked up that, traffic light marking, picked up that. Yeah, cause 70,000 looks a lot like, yeah, it's town hall. Tree removal, museum, okay, yeah, Kenley Hall should be 0,
Is Kenley Hall your
Essentially.
visitor center?
and then everything else gets moved up in 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's an inconsistency there. So, so Kenley Hall has been removed, it's just part of other municipal buildings now. And then the library building is 26, town hall is 70, other municipal buildings is 16. Public works, debt payments is 168, and admin is 160.
Missing a line then?
What's that, sorry?
Is admin a line that's missing?
Yeah.
I think that's that 1/6.
53074, yeah.
That's that 1/6.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, sometimes it's difficulty picking up zeros, so.
Only like 5,000 for sidewalks, I guess that's all.
Yeah, we don't do a ton of actual repairs and maintenance on sidewalks. Like, I mean, labor is one thing, like labor's already covered under a different line item, but actually paying a contractor to fix a sidewalk, we don't usually do a lot of that for repairs.
Did we talk about not doing any more new sidewalks?
We should start.
We don't have the money for it.
We did talk about, taking some paving
We don't
money and
have
putting
any
into
gas.
sidewalks, but we didn't get anything done this year. But Gary, maybe you can sort of,
So I spoke to the guy we deal with Kevin, the Canadian guy, and he called me. I talked to him last week. I was getting a price for Jared, and then he called me back on Friday. He can get us 10,000 linear feet for $8.50 a linear foot compared to $13.50 a linear foot, because there's a plant that's closing, like a shop that's closing, and we have a good relationship with him, and he offered that to us.
Is that like a block or what is the?
Well, in comparison, we bought 7,000 linear feet last time,
Wow.
and this is 10,000, and it's less than the 7,000 cost us. So it's, I mean, it's a $50,000 saving, but we'd have to pull the trigger like this week.
Why is he closing?
Sorry?
It's just a store closing. that
Oh, a
has it in
store,
stock.
not
him.
I thought you meant like a.
No, no.
The
No.
plant was closing, I was
No,
like,
no.
I don't want this done.
No, it's a store that's closing that has it in stock.
Sounds like a pretty
So
good.
what's the total, how many thousand?
10,000 linear feet. So it'd be $85,000 plus whatever shipping.
And how much would that do?
A block.
Well, we had 7,000 for the last time, so it's 30% more than what we had.
1.5 times what we have now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
pretty
trying to
decent.
remember how much we
Yeah,
did
it's-
We did the
street
bit
by
in front of the
plaza,
visitor center and the
And-
plaza.
or in by the,
Visitor center and
visitor center.
going up
So
in.
2 blocks.
Yeah.
Can you get a final price on it?
That's like
The shipping, so we,
So
if we
figure
can't budget that.
Figure $1,000 for shipping, I would say. If you figure 90,000, you'll be plenty.
Well,
Okay.
the
And then installation costs.
council has already passed the paving budget for this year. Next year is listed as 495 because we didn't really use our paving budget this year.
I thought we used
So
that
if you
money
wanna
for
take
something else.
95,000 and
We're going to.
pay for some Kebney, the budget's already there this year.
But we didn't.
Yeah, but weren't
We
we
didn't.
also talking about prairie and some of these high street cement sidewalks
Yeah.
as well?
That's what I
But we still have
Yeah.
more money allocated for next year too.
I'm just thinking some of the side streets definitely need
Mhm.
Yeah.
sidewalk remediation.
Yeah, but
I feel like it's like
the-
the statutes to kind of continue on, it's just like, unless you just.
the side streets are gonna be double what you think they're gonna cost.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, I
they all,
understand
they
that.
need all brand new curbing, they need all brand new concrete, and then we have to deal with the street as well, cause the streets are above the sidewalks, so.
In some spots, yeah.
So it's not as simple as just like putting a new sidewalk.
No, I understand.
And a lot of the water shutoffs are in the sidewalks.
Yeah, they're all in the same.
Yeah, it was just a discussion at one time too, to have that on the radar for us to start making a plan for them, to fix them.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
But,
we still have like $50 or $60 million in upgrades and repairs and stuff that we have to do to get everything up to snuff, like we've done a lot, but there's still like a ton of work.
Sidewalks did come up in strategic planning, we wanted to make our town, we wanted to revisit our more walkable town kind of vision.
Well, I'm thinking too, like Fenchurch, you know, was a broken up, crappy stretch of cement sidewalk, and if there's gonna be a seniors building on that corner, we need to kinda think of that too.
Well, they gotta replace the sidewalk there.
No, I know, but I'm talking about down that street as well.
Yeah, with Fenchurch, it's one of the streets that are high too, where the asphalt meets the sidewalk pretty much.
Yeah,
So then we'd have to look at doing the pavement, the asphalt, sorry. And if we look at that, then we also have to look at doing the infrastructure under the ground, because it's all
Yeah.
1960.
oh, yeah.
The 85 sidewalk, that sounds pretty.
Yeah.
It's well over $1 million to do that section. And that was when Jim brought it up to us 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
I say we do a sidewalk, and like, you're gonna do some more anyways, and it's a good deal, you're not gonna get it again.
So if we're gonna do it, like, what are we doing in front of where the source was? I'm guessing.
Yeah,
would be the next
I
block.
think, you know, if we're going to do the Kebney, I think we try and
Jump in.
get Main, or Bridge Street done,
No,
so.
everybody jump in. If you have a comment, jump in.
Well, I said, why don't we do it in front of town hall?
that's where I thought the second.
Well,
Town hall,
we have
past
to
the
do
museum.
but we have to do that block anyway. So like, one of the things we have to do is that block that's in front of that parking lot, and I think we need to deal with that parking lot
Which
as
one?
well.
Might be able to do
Like
both.
the old Key West.
Key West.
The
like,
letdown was done by the car wash.
Yeah, the letdowns.
That's done.
Yeah.
But like, from Thomasina's to H&R Block needs to be dealt with. We were talking about figuring out some traffic calming and dealing with that stuff there. We need to figure out what we're gonna do with that parking lot, because people just park wherever the heck they want in there,
Mhm.
and that's not working. And then, really, that whole sidewalk right now is, you can drive up onto that sidewalk, cause it's a letdown sidewalk, which it shouldn't be. It should be a curbed sidewalk and done properly. Cause right now, well, when I work there, people will just drive up onto the sidewalk, cause it's a letdown.
Okay, but location being one thing, if we plan to do anything in the future along that wood, then we need to be taking advantage of this sale price, as far as I'm concerned. Like, it doesn't matter where it's gonna go, we're gonna do it somewhere. And the other part that I'd throw in there is that, from learning from what we've done already, we need to put say at least a 1 foot, cement thing, so that's gonna use less of that wood.
That's right.
It's gonna go farther than what we, have been in the past, so, but the bottom line to me is, like, let's get a hold of this. If we're gonna do any more, well, now's the time to buy it.
It's pretty
And
big
if
deal.
you did the whole one side, I feel like we should just finish that one, and then it
Do we
kind
have
of
a,
ties in.
do we have a spot in the budget we can do that?
Yeah, we haven't used any of the paving budget this year. So.
Yeah, I don't wanna take everything from the paving budget either. So, okay, so it's 80, you figure how much?
Well, it's 10,000 at 850 is 85, and then shipping, I mean, if you say 5, it won't be 5
Tax.
to ship it. That's being generous.
Max
And
would
tax.
be
Okay,
And
Well,
tax.
tax we get back, right?
Tax we get back.
okay, so, can you put something together for Wednesday and then we'll put it on the agenda for Wednesday and
Sure.
do it then?
I'm not here
And then
Wednesday,
it doesn't
but-
change the existing budget then, because you're just.
It's just take
Yeah,
it from
just
the,
include
so.
the quote and just. a
Well, you can
resolution,
still
like a
just
quick
Yeah.
give it to
email.
James or Jared, it doesn't
You can
matter
also
who
get
does it.
street blocks, like, that's it, the shorter.
Yeah.
The 2 o'clock meeting. Oh no, I'm going downstairs, another meeting. I might not be coming back upstairs.
But they're in different lengths.
Okay, it's all yours again.
Alright.
Good luck.
Stephanie,
They're different lengths.
Yeah, they're all like 6 and 10s and 12s and 16s, like there's a combination of that, but we can, yeah. You can kind of adjust the,
So you're not cutting off.
yeah, that's how I did the last one, was we used the length of the board to do this, so there was no cutting. And I mean, technically, even if it's a 6-foot length, you can put a bigger border on if we're talking about a border.
Yep.
And use the 6-foot length.
And not cut the 8s down to 6 and waste.
Exactly, yeah, yeah. I don't know how many 6 there are, but I would imagine the majority is gonna be longer pieces.
Yeah, six would be unusual.
Yeah, it's not very common, I can't see it.
Jared, that cement part that I'm talking about, would it be possible to put spikes in there?
Yeah, potentially. Pop-up spikes, for sure.
quicksand.
Yeah. You're done.
We need to issue parking fines. Alright, capital expenditures, so fire hydrant replacement, 20,000, that's been an ongoing thing. Typically that winds up into the operational expenses anyway, so. Public works yard replacement, 300, that's the proceeds from insurance, that's to finish off the public works yard. 498,000 for paving, which would be adjusted 90,000 if the Kebby thing passes on Wednesday, so that would drop to 408, not 498.
But wouldn't that be in 2025 budget?
Yeah, but it would affect 2026's, because that's basically drawn from reserves and from gas tax for next year.
And we
So,
could draw from reserves without.
yeah, it's already there. Yeah. It's planned as a carry forward for next year, so we just 90,000 less carry forward. We buy it this year. 1.5 mil for the dike replacement along the Chilween River. That's the old public works yard. Dike ownership study, 400,000, which is ongoing, and then adaptations to the dump truck, which was requested 45,000. Jared can explain that better than I can, because I can't remember exactly why they were doing that.
I think T1 needs a new dump box. It's beyond repair, so. It was in last year's budget, but we didn't get around to it.
Carry forward.
So carry forward.
Yeah. So reserve transfers, 303 from the paving reserve, that would drop 90 if we bought the Kevany on Wednesday, so that would be down to 213. Infrastructure reserve, we put 24,000 into reserve every year. It's built on the water and sewer levy. 65,000 for the general capital reserve. And the rest comes out of the general operating fund. The 65,000 would be the adaptation of the dump truck and the fire hydrant replacement would come out of the general taxation. Any questions on the public works budget? Going once, going twice? Alright. We can always come back to it if there's any other questions. Well, that was a hard one, so hopefully we're all downhill from here. Airport, fairly self-explanatory. You know, a lot of it is based on fuel and how much money we sell in fuel in a year. Like I said, if we have a solid year selling fuel because we have wildfires in the area, the airport is very profitable and carries the rest of the expenses. If not, then it falls off a cliff. And yeah, the airport doesn't usually cost us all that much money anymore. So.
Any talk on hangars resolved with the other plan up there, right? Like, I feel like we've talked about hangars forever.
In the works of getting some pricing together at the moment, so.
And then the other hangars were part of the hangar homes.
Yeah.
over
Yeah,
on the
that's
edge.
what I don't see, but there's room for just separate hangars, like.
Yeah, somewhere, for sure.
But there's no capital projects for this year.
No. Next page is parks budget. I believe I have that included in recreation in the slides, so let's just move on to parks because there's capital projects in there. All the revenue for parks is capital based. There's no operational revenue. We don't usually charge for parks. Some municipalities have had limited success in doing so. We don't. The parks maintenance budget is set at 109 for next year, and then the capital expenditures. So the water park and the playground improvements. We've had a discussion about that, possibly moving them to third bench, and they're all covered with DFA funding because they were destroyed next to the community services building. This would be the one that we replaced on Lime Street.
We have no plans for any of that yet?
Not yet, but Nadine and Pete, I think, have been sort of scouting out, you know, but I think we've kind of all settled on the Lions Park, and the third bench is probably the best location.
But I mean, like designs, like.
Yeah, we do have some design, yeah. We had to get a design done in order to get costing for the province recovery.
Oh, yeah.
So we do have some basic design, but I mean, it's replacement, so it's exactly the same as what we had, basically. So,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
And do we plan on in the spring?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Now that we have approval, we definitely want to pull the trigger on this project.
Cause you do have approval on it, I was just
Yeah.
gonna say, is that dependent on getting all the replacement, the DFA?
The funding's already been approved.
For this project?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to put the money out to do it, but we turn around and we make the claim, and it'll be in a couple of weeks.
Excellent, do it before the price goes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are still working on the water park. They had some questions, so that's kind of going back and forth. But the playground's 100% approved.
And then on there too is the Memorial Park tennis courts.
Yes, that is,
Excuse me.
that's part of the general capital reserve, so that's out of taxation funds. We don't have any money for that.
And is that just resurfacing or looking at proper, cause we've talked about it before, like where the water's coming down from above and if you're gonna do it, do the whole
Yeah, it would,
restructuring.
I've got a little bit of pricing. I'm not totally ready yet, but we could do a lot of the other drainage issue stuff ourselves. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and that's a carry forward anyways, so that's still, what was the funding source on that?
seems crazy for 2 quarters, right? 130. Right, it's like, how long it will last?
Yeah.
Last 5 years?
Well, I think there's more to it than just the resurfacing. I think fencing is another part of it. I think
there was fencing in that price.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back on that.
I think we just resurfaced it.
Well, we
like
did.
in 2018. Or
Yeah, we did. That's right. Yeah.
Wider.
Yeah.
So
But-
7 years.
Yeah.
Better not.
Come down to my t-shirt because
Just keep your clothes on, Randy Rolls.
I'm sorry.
Nobody heard that. So, any other questions? It's gotta come back to council anyway, so that, if we decide that, you know, we have some operational pressures and we defer the tennis courts for another year, that's council's prerogative, so. Waste management is the next one. So revenue sources, we do collect fees at the landfill, obviously. Recycling revenue, we get paid for recycling from Recycle BC. Actually, I think it's called Multi-Mode BC now, so, or Multi-Material BC. MMBC, I know that's the acronym. And then this one also has a cost sharing from the regional district that apply to it as well. Costs, we do not have listing of costs for garbage and recycling. We have incorporated that into Public Works. Before the first break, I took a look at the wages for garbage collection. We're about 195 so far this year. So
Okay, so starting January 1st, James?
that is for this year. That was 2025. Up to date,
Yeah,
we're
I know.
195.
We started it, did we, I can't remember, did we
No,
start?
yes, this year we have, because we started in 2024.
Okay, so January 1st till now.
Yeah, that's 195 is January 1st.
Perfect. And you-
We actually
so
started
you
collecting
said
the
it was
garbage a little
100
bit.
and what?
Sure. 195 so far.
Okay.
Yeah. So traditionally, that's been, 250. Yeah, between 250 and 300,000 we spent on that, and we spent 195. So we are saving money on doing it ourselves.
Where is it?
So
Oh, garbage collection.
yeah, it's on the other side.
So one,
And now it's garbage and recycling being done by us.
Yeah.
So if you add both those.
oh, I'm
contracts.
sorry.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
the first two lines together.
I was trying to figure out how we're saying.
Yeah.
Add the two contracts.
Yeah, yeah, because you can't really do garbage without recycling. So
No.
they always split them up. So now they're just zero. I don't care. Landfill and recycling still done by contract. One capital expenditure, the landfill scale software replacement. We've had this earmarked for a couple of years now. Again, it's something that needs to happen. The software for the landfill breaks down pretty continuously. I think it's based on, I want to say it's like Windows 95. It's really,
It
really
is.
old.
And we talked about replacing this for a long time.
Yeah, I had some quotes together and I had some meetings lined up, but it didn't work out with everyone's schedule, and it just kind of got dropped at the end here.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna jump back on it very soon.
The funding source is confirmed, so we need to.
It's taxation, so yeah. Yeah, there were two problems that I see with the landfill software. Is that number one, it's there's only a couple of companies that do it. There's not a lot of companies that have it, and number two, it's just finding a software that'll kind of work for the systems that we have. Just making sure that we're not causing more trouble by using a different software than not. So, software procurement is often difficult. So, but I think Jared was doing some heavy duty work, and I think
Yeah,
he's
we're
found
very
everything,
close.
so.
But you got the scale fixed though.
Yeah.
Scale wasn't usually the problem. I don't think.
Yeah, it was scale software. It's in the past we've replaced some cells and stuff like that on the scale, so it's good at the moment.
So reserve transfers, you can see that much beyond the capital reserve this year. The operations fund is listed there. It's kind of going in the wrong direction. Probably in the future for landfill operation, we'll want to make sure we negotiate increases that are within sort of our realm of ability there. Possibly we have to raise landfill fees a little bit to compensate, yeah.
What
We have a couple different
were we
options.
losing before?
What's that, sorry?
Before we took over the land, we were losing more? Like it was negative 200 before?
Yes, yeah, we would supplement that with taxation revenue, so. We were kind of hovering around 60 to 70%, so 30% subsidy in there.
But
Now we're
that-
down to single digits. Like this year is 87.9, so we only need a 13% subsidy.
Yeah.
But that includes a capital expenditure, that doesn't happen year after year though.
Yeah. So we go 95 to 93 to 92 to 91. So you can see kind of the amount of subsidy required increases year after year after year. So especially with garbage, you want to make sure that's leveled off. So we got a little bit of work to do on this budget to make sure that it stays consistently level and even. We can also approach the regional district for a couple more dollars there too. Asking them to increase their requisition by a CPI, which they can do without a referendum. So I have a couple different options behind this, but just to keep council aware that it's one we're watching to make sure we stay on side with it.
How long's our contract?
It's a 5-year contract. I think we just signed.
Yeah.
Signed it 2 years ago?
Just signed.
Renewed?
A couple of years ago.
Yes,
There's a couple years.
just-
Yeah.
Isn't that the one we're just
I
looking
think
at
just
right
under
now?
2 years.
The landfill one? I just emailed.
No, that's
it.
with the regional district.
Oh.
This is with James Coyne.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's 2 years. So, yeah, like I said, we just have to make sure we keep an eye on it. So, any questions on the waste management? Okay. Moving on, cemetery. The listings are on there. No capital expenditures planned for the cemetery at this point.
Water's been good up there, Jared?
I thought we were
No.
doing irrigation.
Yeah, I had spoken to you about doing irrigation up there, but I don't think I got any solid numbers.
No,
as of
I
yet.
don't think you got me anything.
There is a project, but I need to do more work on it.
Okay. Do you have a rough number so we can add it in?
Not at the
It wasn't even a
moment.
rough number, so I couldn't even put it in the budget.
So not a 2026 project, a 2027?
Yeah, it would likely be 27. I would like to.
He's got 2 or 3 months to get me a number, so.
Okay.
Okay.
But,
Since we have to do a whole amendment, if you add it,
yeah, or wait till next year.
or wait till 2027.
I can wrangle some numbers together.
Yeah, so,
It depends on that person too.
Yeah, somewhat.
Like,
I can just do the project as a whole, put it in, and then whatever their contribution is, where it's money goes in.
it'll be a different size line, would it not?
the
Depends
council
potentially
has,
on how much he puts
has
in.
raised the fees and charges on the landfill.
Up to a 4-inch or
I
something.
got chewed out a couple times so far on it, but it's okay, I got big shoulders.
Not the landfill.
That we-
the cemetery.
No, the cemetery, yeah.
Yeah.
Did we had discussions about resident, non-resident?
Yeah, we did, it's already, the resident numbers, non-resident, yeah. It's already in the bylaw.
In the fees and charges bylaw?
Yep.
To reflect,
Yeah,
Yeah.
non-resident is much higher.
Yeah.
okay.
So. Any questions about the cemetery? Fairly straightforward. Okay.
Jared, are you doing something?
So
No, I
it's-
figured it would be something.
Recreation and leisure services. So, revenue is as listed. The regional district has approached us and, reminded us of, their line in the bylaw, as part of their shared services agreement for recreation. And, we're gonna increase the requisition that comes from the RDOS to help offset some recreation, so. That RDOS shared services number has been substantially increased. PXA revenue, is as listed, it's fairly consistent, haven't really seen any dips or increases. Pool revenue is fairly consistent, recreation arena, like it's fairly easy to pinpoint these things using point to sale and No capital revenue in there for this year. For next year, we'll get to that when we get to capital projects. Operational expenditures, recreation wage rate, 136. That reflects the part-time equivalent we have. I know I did receive a request to discuss the staffing of the part-time
What, 20 or 30?
employee, possibly upping the hours. I'm not sure what council's feelings are on that.
For which?
For the extra recreation.
Oh, yeah, Nadine's,
Bailey.
assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bailey, yeah.
So, and repeat what your request is.
That's the extra 30,000 in there right now, pretty much?
That's the extra 30, yeah, so to
It's
pump her up
already
to-
in there.
Yeah, but to put her full-time would be an extra 30,
Oh, so you're,
yeah,
so it's just a part-time right now.
that's right,
Didn't part-time work pretty good this year or no?
yeah.
Like full-time you would need it?
Nadine would like it, yeah. She's identified that it'd be a real benefit.
Everyone would say that though. Right.
Yeah.
I did get some feedback on a birthday party at the new recreation building.
Yeah,
It was like a hit,
good,
so
That's
loved
good.
all that they did to organize it and make it easy for the parent too.
perfect, that's good, it's good to hear.
So that's,
It just seems like the number of programs have kind of exploded, so,
The Prince and Posse, should be 30.
okay, I'll get to that in a second. And just, do we have any feeling on the recreation program? Do you wanna think about that for a second, come back to it?
the only way to increase it is, where's the revenue come from? That comes from
Taxation.
taxation.
Yeah. Yeah, come out of the surplus.
How come we haven't looked at the pool more? Really with the new design and stuff, right? Don't we have, doesn't the mine always say that they put in for a pool
Yeah.
and we have 5 million? Like-
Yeah, so at our strategic planning, I took it that council wanted to kind of investigate that further. And so I did reach out to Leadcore,
Yeah.
and I had a meeting with Leadcore just asking, if they could put together a proposal for us to look at. So,
Right.
it will come up fairly quickly in the new year here for council to review.
At a certain budget.
Yes, at a sort of a set budget. But we would look at that progressive design build again, just like we
Yeah.
did with the fire hall. That would seem to be very successful for us, so,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay, as I continue down, a couple of different points that come up. The community.
Jane, just,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, but, so, we were talking about Hudbay, and at a level of interest for them. I would imagine that it would be similar. Have we ever had any feedback or anything from, Gorman's now?
Yeah, so I've got letters of support from them that they support the need for the facility, but until we get something nailed down and a budget set, I've sort of not gone after them at this point, but I've sort of introduced it on a very casual basis that, it's still a high priority for council, and that we would be looking for corporate sponsors. They've given me letters of support, but we haven't actually talked any kind of numbers yet. But once we get a number from Leadcore that council is comfortable with, and council feels that it's something that they want to pursue, then we definitely will go after engaging them and see if we
Would
can
we
get some.
suggest amount or just hope for what we can get?
I think that we would suggest certain amounts.
In other words, if you can come back with this, and this will make this possible.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think we'll have an exciting year for the Aquatic Center next year, I think, so I'm optimistic.
You always have been.
Which is good.
How come the pool wages went way down?
Um,
122 to.
Yeah, there's a
95.
there's a discrep, like I said, there's some arena wages in that pool, so it needs to be adjusted. So I ignored the 25 and went with 21 to 24.
Can you go back up a little bit?
Yep.
Cause we were looking at recreation programming.
Yep.
Movie night, then the museum has gone up quite a bit from.
The museum is pretty much based on the 6% because they have one employee.
Okay, so just.
We don't support the museum any more than the one employee.
That's just a 6% increase there?
That's right.
6% on
Cause you gotta remember, it's, wages, benefits and, all the benefits, vacation,
But that's
sick
an
time.
exempt employee as well? Or is that a?
Yeah, either or. Yeah, so, the labor rate, the labor burden for a exempt employee is just under 40%. For a United employee, it's about 45. So, extra 40% you can pretty much tack on for an exempt employee.
That's like the same with arena staff, right? That's jumps quite a bit, but
Yeah.
that's just the 6%.
Yep.
And they haven't even, where they haven't been paid.
I did put a request in front of all of you from the museum for.
So, yeah, so get to that next. So,
Yeah, I was gonna mention that.
yeah, there's a letter in your package. And the museum is requesting an additional employee as well, which has not been recorded in the budget.
Which is not in the budget.
That's right. I just got the request on Thursday, so.
And there's no dollar value attached to that request either.
Right.
So I'm assuming, just as we spoke about the change with the recreation potential expansion of a role of one person, this would also have to, the taxation.
Correct, yeah. There's no cost recovery ability for this. There's no ability to cost recover this.
Yeah, so that pretty much answers that.
It is something though, they make a good point about succession planning for that though.
In the 5-year plan, how come the wages don't always go up like by, at all? You know what I mean? They just keep the same. Shouldn't it doesn't go up a percentage each year? Like,
Are you talking pool?
no, I mean all the wages. Like, so like, in 2027, it's 95,000 for, isn't it? The wages, like it just stays the same.
It goes 95 to 96 to 101 to 106 to 111.
The wages recreation goes 136, 109, 114.
Oh, I don't think for 27 to 30 I included the part-timer, so should be adjusted for future years.
Good catch.
Yeah.
And then the posse, come on, you've dropped the
Yeah,
posse
I'm
number.
getting there. I'm trying to do this stuff methodically. Jumping all over the place. Okay, so I will come back to the museum. You have another letter in there from the Arts Council. So the Arts Council actually had two requests that we referred to budget. The first one is to increase their grant from 5,000 to 10,000. Then you guys received that. Carrie, do you remember when we received that letter?
Oh,
It was roughly grant and aid time. It was like February or March.
yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah, and we also received another letter on Thursday requesting a community center for services, which is included for council's consideration.
Mason's Hall. Oh, that's right.
So the Arts Council request was on a previous council or council meeting? And
It,
deferred the budget?
Yes,
Yeah,
And the request was 5 to 10,000?
yeah, it went from 5 to 10.
yeah, increasing from 5 to 10.
Yeah, they're line items, so they were ineligible for the grant and aid program.
Right.
So they didn't apply, but they sent a letter saying they wanted their line item increased to 10.
And
Where
deferred the
are they?
budget.
Yeah, since council did not
In the general.
overtly approve it on the spot, it got referred to budget, which means it's still at 5 until you guys tell me otherwise.
And now they want a space.
And they also, submitted a letter requesting a community center with requirements for them would be meeting space for board and committee, storage space for event equipment and materials, workshop space for groups like painting classes, event space for 50 to 150 person with a stage for some events. Event space could be for music lessons, dance lessons, fundraising dinners, writers' fest, and art shows. Office space to keep the organization's flyers, it says flies, but files, computer, and bookkeeper to work. Produce advertising flyers and for using it for social media purposes.
And just to clarify, they're not asking for space, they're supporting the request for a community center.
Yeah.
I can
Not
speak
that
to
we built
this.
me this.
I can speak to this, as I sit on their board. Recent discussions have been that the Arts Council is looking to purchase a place in town to establish a home.
Sound like they want us to purchase it.
This is the first I've seen this.
No, they're asking, like, they're just supporting a proposal, like if the town was to do one, that would be
Yeah,
also.
that's how it comes across, yes.
Yes, but that's not how you're,
That's not my interpretation.
thank you for clarification.
Yeah, I think with the loss of the Riverside Center space that
Yes, it's
affected
hurt
them.
them. And to defend them completely, you're right, that has hurt them a lot. They
Yeah.
don't have a home now. So they are kind of unhoused, if you will.
They're still looking at that
Yes,
sort of type of space.
yes, yes.
Could it not be an option to do stuff in the curling rink when it's closed? I mean, I feel like, how long are they open for? 4, 5 months, 6 months?
And then you've got the tree planters in there.
Yeah, they
like the
usually
seedlings.
sublease it to Gorman.
Yeah, there's not a lot of places, there's no doubt about that, because I've suggested a couple of places too, and yeah, there just isn't a lot available.
Or did they use the ice, did they cover the ice up there and that's where the
Yeah.
seedlings go through?
We leave the ice in
Yeah.
for an extended period, yeah,
Oh, for that?
yeah,
To keep it cool.
yeah,
Just build one down there?
yeah.
It's not a big enough space, I don't think, for a community center.
Where?
He said, when he was pointing where the.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, anything I think is possible if you go up, you know, so.
So the
18?
discussion then
Or
was about
18?
increasing the request from 5 to 10, we still want to talk, decide that.
Yeah, I think that's the only action item we can actually
Yeah.
produce here.
Do you recall, Councillor Elliott, why was this because of their cost, because they lost that space?
I can tell you that they are definitely trying to provide the community, the arts community, with several different programs, some creative programs, programs that have not been held here in the past. I don't know if doubling the grant aid is going to help them achieve that goal, because I think they've got some ambitious plans that would probably cost a lot more than that. But, you know, anything they get would go towards it, right?
Do they also have grant match? Like if, is, like.
They've
I know
been writing
some-
grants on a pretty steady basis, and they have had some, I believe they have a gaming grant, and I do believe they've had access to a couple other grants. I've got somebody on the board who is actively writing grant applications on a fairly steady basis. And like I say, they have some ambitious plans. They've provided a lot more programming and activities so far this year than I've seen in previous years. And I have sat on this board now for 7 years, and not to take away from any of the previous boards, but this board is most definitely very organized, focused, and ambitious.
Like how many people do they get out for events?
The Arts Council typically covers their costs mostly for any of the events that they do, but that's typically the way it is for any of the Arts Council boards I've sat on, is if you break even, that's a success.
I'm just wondering, what's the scope of when we have line items, like what's the scope of what it covers? Like, for example, the family, Halloween family night, we know that covers, we get an invoice, we cover it kind of thing, right, up to that amount. The posse's basically expenditures as well, right? And they do invite us and give reports for their finance. Do we get them from, like, would we get something to say what they're using that? If it's a line item, which means it's a fixed, does it mean we don't need?
We get an
reporting that?
invoice, but it usually is just grant. I don't think we actually get any detail of what they use it for.
It's just, it's, can be used for whatever they need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually they use it and they can double it in a grant application.
Right.
Yeah, it gives
So,
them some
yeah.
horsepower for grants applications,
sure.
yeah, cause there's, they can, yeah, match what the town gives.
Because when it's a grant and aid, we have requirements, reporting requirements.
That's
When
right.
it's a line item, we don't necessarily have that.
Yeah.
It would come up though when they go to make, when they, like this, make an increase, I would, just a sec, I would presume that at least what I'd like to see for, you wanna go from 5 to 10, what are you spending it on now and what do you need any more for? But at least you would be getting what you're spending the $5,000 on now, in
Yeah.
order to apply for any more. Other than that, I don't think there's an annual reported thing for.
No, and I would like to see them come before council and tell us what they're doing, for sure.
So grant and aid is, was changed, trying to remember the year. I think it was shortly after I started, probably 2019. And, the program was changed to provide funding for startups and sort of new ideas, so to speak. Which pared down because we were well into the six figures. We were almost getting close to $150,000 of grant aids a year, which was not sustainable in its growth. And a lot of them were just basically writing a grant so that they could have money to put in a reserve in case, a rainy day fund, in case they had a rained out festival, they wouldn't lose their shirt. So when that happened, council identified a couple of the grants, the Posse being one of them, the Halloween Family Fun Night being one of them, and the Arts Council being another one, in that they wanted to provide ongoing, sustainable, guaranteed funding in the budget for the indefinite future, just for operations. This budget won't be probably passed until the spring, so sending a letter to the Arts Council asking them to make a presentation as to sort of how you spend the money in the line item, I think is reasonable, and if they decide not to comply, then council can decide where they wanna go with that, but it provides that level of funding, because under the terms set in the grant and aid, they wouldn't have been eligible for grant and aid moving forward. So, that's kind of what I would suggest to council is that, you know.
And do we, if we increase it this year, is it every year, or can you save for 1 year?
We can do a one-time only thing. And that's actually a great segue into the other line item that's on here that I need council to ask about. Last year, council agreed to up the Posse grant to $30,000. I read that that was a 1 year only, and I dropped it back to 15 in the budget. Is it consistently now 30, or are we pushing it back to 15?
Whoa, where did you get that it was a 1 year thing?
That was the motion.
That's what I heard, but I could push it
was
back to
Put
30.
in as a line item.
Yep, so I
Well,
could
if
push
it's
it back
put in
to,
as a line item, it's in there every year.
right. Yeah, so it's still there, it's listed at 15.
It was raised to 30.
Okay, on a
So
permanent
why would
basis?
why would you, it's a line item, so why would you decrease it again?
Which,
Because,
just to argue the point, just like I'm saying, does it have to automatically go, and I believe the motion was to review again.
yeah. So, does council want 15 or do you
So
want
do we
30?
need to ask members to excuse themselves, discuss or discuss?
I don't declare conflicts of interest, councilors do.
I think if you want to debate this, then there's a conflict of interest. So you'd have to excuse yourself.
And the mayor should be here, no, because.
So each one, all the
Yeah, you lose
the
quorum, yeah.
line items have to be debated every year?
Nope.
No, but in this case, because you are affiliated with this particular line item amount, you'd want to declare a conflict of interest.
No problem.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is, we're taking a
So
line
when the-
item that's put to a certain level,
Mhm.
and now we're taking it back again.
Well, because the interpretation was, and I can't remember the motion, but the interpretation was that it was for 1 year, but,
Oh, we've been receiving the 15 forever.
Yeah.
No, the
It was
15
raised to 30.
Yeah, but-
And now you're taking it back again.
well, I guess the interpretation was that increase for 1 year or forever?
When you raise a line item, I've never heard of you not raising it as a line item. It's raised, there's no going back.
Yeah, I'd have to review the motion and just
So
double check.
would that not adhere to every line item that we have?
Not necessarily. No, there's one-time funding that gets put in the budget.
Yeah,
Which then if we raise the arts council, are you saying we have to do that forever, or can we do it in 1 year for
Yeah.
1 year?
I mean, I'd have to review the wording of the motion. The motion might have said, for this year, we'd like to raise it to 30, or it might have said, going forward, we'd like to raise it
Well,
for.
my understanding was that we have been receiving
I,
over the
But we
so
excused
many
ourselves
years.
when they did it, so we don't know what they
Yeah.
said really.
yeah, so I'd have to just review the wording of that motion and just double check.
And then I don't think it's something we can debate, it's something we'll have to probably debate
Right.
tomorrow or get the mayor in here, so. Because if,
Our costs
if,
and our operational money didn't change. It's the same as it was when we needed it last year.
Yeah. I think that
Our
your.
cost didn't go down.
No, I think you're correct. I think that the intention was that it would be forever. It would be raised to 30 forever.
That's-
But because James brings up a good point that he wasn't sure of that, I'll review it and just double check it, but.
Thanks, James.
yeah. Well, I have no problem raising it back to 30, I just need, this is why I asked council.
I'll get Carrie to pull,
We're not allowed to talk.
I'll get Carrie to pull the motion.
And I think, I agree, like, to have them, tell us what they wanna do with the $5,000 for the
Yeah.
arts council, I can't see.
I think that's a good idea.
I think in the letter it was because they've been receiving $5,000 since when I started back in '07, that the cost of living has increased.
Yeah.
And they've been getting 5,000 every year.
Have they done more than?
But now
done
it's
more than
costing them more
10 years
because
ago?
they don't have a space, so if they are doing things, they have to rent the space. And the cost of living has gone up so much that they need to increase the amount.
I still think I'd like to see them tell us.
Yeah, just ask for
what their plans are.
They did
That's
the
all I want.
presentation when they did it, it was just a letter before.
Yeah.
It was just a letter received.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest with you, like, I don't really
And
know what
invoice.
Yeah,
their
that's
involved
right.
in, right? Yeah, I'd like to
Understood,
know what
yeah.
they.
It's a good education for all of us if we're voting
Yeah.
on something like that. It'd be nice to
Yeah.
know what they're doing with
Yeah,
it.
do they get 10 people out? Do they get 100 people out? I don't
Yeah,
know.
and those are questions that they should answer, yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Remember the 1 year we did grants and aids and we had all the groups actually do
Yeah,
presentations
that's right.
to us? Why are we not doing that anymore?
Yeah, well, this is a line item though too.
Oh, yeah, correct, yeah.
Yeah.
But then that goes to the argument of, if you increase it 1 year, is it in perpetuity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Randy said yes.
I can't,
Can we
I
carry
can't,
on?
yeah, I can't answer that, but this is why I asked for council's input, so. If you guys want me to increase it, it doesn't matter to me, I just balance a couple more numbers the way I move, so. But I don't wanna do anything without you guys knowing about it. So having said that, do you want me to leave the status quo for now and we'll debate this a little bit more tomorrow when we have,
Yes.
I'll review the motion. and-
Okay.
Yeah.
we'll table this till tomorrow. Okay, capital expenditures, $200,000, for the museum building. The front facade is crumbling, so it needs some, pretty important repairs.
Just the front,
I believe it's just the front, yeah.
and that's 200.
Was there not a little flooding problem off the back steps there at one point, or has that been repaired?
I think it was a library, I don't think that was.
No, but I think the museum had
It's
something going on there too.
This
I
versus.
thought that was addressed.
Okay,
There was new
There was a
gutters and
drainage
eaves.
issue.
Yeah, that, I'm pretty sure that was addressed.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it was down by the side.
Yeah, that's right.
You're right, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Grant's guys did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the arena compressor's in for 165. We did the condenser last year.
No, you gotta reverse.
Did I get
that,
it
Jay.
backwards?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
okay.
we did the compressor this year and a plant upgrade, like we upgraded all the electronics. Now the last component is the condenser outside.
I had a 50-50 chance of getting
Yeah.
it right.
But is it that amount?
Yes.
The amount's
Yeah.
correct.
And from my understanding, that's like sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
you
originally
say
built.
it'll take down the expense or the operation
Yes,
cost, right?
it'll,
It's like-
it'll operate way more efficiently. We did all the efficiencies on the inside, but it's still restricted by how much it can release the heat on the
And it's
outside.
quite a bit.
It appears that the mayor
Like,
is
you said
back.
it's
Do we
like
wanna
30%, it's like-
revisit the?
Are you trying to get him to close the door?
Yeah, we're at a recreation.
Very quickly though, on that, Lyle,
Yep.
is that something, cause I know last
I
time,
think it was December.
it was about getting
June.
certain user groups in by a certain date. Is it like a fairly long timeline to get the?
Yeah, as soon as we know that council's interested in doing this, we should place the order for the unit.
Does it require a deposit or something
Yes,
this year or
yeah.
next year?
Yeah, if we, we'll see if there's any money left over, and maybe we can channel a little bit of money to get at least a unit paid for or delivered and have it on site, so that as soon as we shut down, we can start the project.
Yeah.
Yeah, rather than wait till we shut down and then order it, and then we're pressured on the fall startup again, so.
And who's gotta do that? Who's the work, like, who's the contractor?
It would be Norlock,
Norlock, okay.
yeah,
Like it's unique where you have to,
yes, yeah.
you can't go out for 10.
So we can schedule them like as soon as the ice comes out then?
Yes, yeah, so it'd be, and he's kind of advising us that if we, as soon as we know that we wanna go ahead with this project, that we should order the unit right away, cause it'll take a couple, 2 or 3 months to actually get it manufactured and brought over, so.
So even if it was January, there's still time
Yeah,
for March.
yeah.
In the meantime, how much, like, we could borrow it out of our.
We could do an internal borrow.
Well, we could do it out of the,
Or the future ready fund, yeah.
To, at least the down payment,
Yeah,
order it, and then when it gets here, pay the rest of it
yeah,
out.
Yeah.
We don't have to borrow it, future money, it's for land use.
yeah. Yeah, that's right.
We just use the down payment, cause how much would the down payment be?
Well,
25-30%.
yeah, that's right, yeah.
So,
And that wasn't part of that green energy grant?
No.
Okay,
No.
so this is also.
Do we wanna maybe go back to the posse grant, and because we have quorum now?
We went down to 15,000 from 30.
But then-
Wasn't it supposed to say
I
at
was
30?
supposed to say 30.
Was it? Okay, I had it written down that it was a one year only.
It was
Okay.
30.
That's the way I understood it as well. I was just gonna review the wording on it, but.
Okay.
I know, I'm pretty sure we said it was gonna be 30.
Any problem with the other two members of council? The ones in place? Okay.
Sure, let's declare a conflict first.
Do we,
You got a conflict here?
Yeah.
They're not
I'm
whatever.
part of it.
All right, I can change that.
do we
Yeah,
have
just
any,
make it
They
30.
did.
Yeah, it's
Well, do we have any idea what contributions the solar panels are making for us?
Well, if you notice on the operating side, like I get a little report on how much money that we are credited, and when you look at our electric use, it has definitely gone down. Like
Yeah.
our cost has gone down, and it looks to me like it's gone down by about 20%.
So, what we produce just gets subtracted from what we
Yes,
owe?
yes,
Oh, perfect.
yep, that's
Like
all. it is.
20%, like what is the total cost for the year? Like, it's gotta be, they've got.
Yeah, I looked at it last week, I just can't remember what it was.
Doesn't matter, but I'm just like, it's pretty
Yeah.
good, obviously.
Yeah, it's very good, I was very impressed, actually.
I didn't think it would be that much.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, but all summer, it's collecting electricity, we just offset it this winter,
Okay,
right? So
yeah,
we're
it's
only
like-
operating
Yeah,
really at peak for, what, 6 months?
yeah, arena
And we're taking
utilities,
electricity in all year, it should offset.
Well,
Yeah.
we probably
Yeah,
make a lot more in the
flip.
summer than we do in the winter, right? So it kinda offsets the.
yeah, yeah. Utilities right now, we're sitting at half of what we normally would use, but we're heading
Yeah.
into we still got a couple months of, that's not been attributed to this as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
But I kind of factored in my mind here, and based on what my little report that they sent me on my phone, I'm figuring we're about 20% less than what we were before, so. it's definitely worked.
And we're at a maximum of what we're allowed?
Yes.
And then
Yeah.
you say the compressors and stuff will make it lower.
Yes,
right?
yeah, that'll make it even
That's
more
right.
efficient, yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, we've done a good job there.
Okay, so those are the two capital expenditures for 26. And so the budget is listed. Any questions on recreation?
Did you say, sorry, you just said the front of the museum? Like, what do you gotta do there?
It's the sort of the porch part of it is starting to break off, and it's cracking off, so definitely there's some foundational issues that have to be addressed, and we did have, I think we had, Jared, we did have an expert look at it, didn't we?
Yes.
And we do have an estimate on what it'll cost to repair it, so,
And that's at 200.
yeah.
Wait, where's that building?
Which part of it?
It's a pretty good renovation though when you amalgamated the library.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, like, we did some work on it, but we still, like, a couple of years ago, we had cause like, the Pollard wing was an add-on,
Yeah,
so a few
that's
years
right.
ago, we had a major roof leak there that we would float in. The back of the building, we were having, flooding issues out of a spring that was in the back, so that
Yeah.
used to flood into the basement. So, you know, over the last, I'd say 15, 20 years, it's been an ongoing maintenance thing, but we've seemed to have got the water issue completely dealt with. The roof has been fixed and replaced and whatnot. So this is, I think, the last major structural thing that needs to be done with, as of right now anyways. So, but we were looking at this like 3 years ago, and then everything else was just took priority, so.
And the funding for that is
It's taxation. There's
Just taxation.
no grants for it.
It's just, it has
not
to.
reserve, it's just.
No, but it's just gonna have to, because it's gonna become a safety hazard. And the ramp, probably, it's gonna need to be replaced too.
Yeah.
Cause it's like, the one that was out here started falling, it started to fall apart slowly, so. It's just the way it was.
It's pretty soft ground on that too.
It is.
Kind of marshy along the grass. It gets wet.
All the downtown was kind of a marsh at one time. Part of being a little too good.
Yeah, that's right.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Any other questions on recreation? All right. Move on. Water. So now we're under services and our last two budgets. So the budgets are as listed. On the revenue side of things, the first three numbers are all the projected budget revenues. The infrastructure grants are rather high. There's a couple of capital projects that are definitely contributing to that. So. Operational side is as listed.
That the grants are those grants that you're hoping to get or that you've already got confirmation of receipt?
Those grants specifically, we either already have or already have approval for.
So all confirmed.
Yeah. Okay, so that's in there. Capital expenditures, the residential water metering, 1.9 million. It also has some interest, so if we have some cost overruns, it should be able to be covered fairly straightforward with that. We already have the money for that. General plan is to install them in 2026, test them, make sure our billing system works. Ask council to modify the bylaw, probably the first council in November, just to make sure there isn't any changes or, you know, have your last act be that type of thing. And be ready to go for either January, April of 2027. Preferably January, because then we get rid of the annual billing altogether. It makes it easier that way.
Yeah, you had said at the beginning that there would be more discussion on.
Exactly. Yeah. Bulk water filling station, that was identified as a need during the flood, and That is out of the water reserve. We have a fairly healthy water reserve, so that'll easily be covered with the 200,000 there.
Where would you put that?
I thought we were
Memorial
talking,
Park.
Well, 5-6, yeah.
Right across from the new facility.
Yeah,
It's already built in for it. So. And then the well 4 replacement, which we have funding for, and yeah, we're, which I believe council approved last month.
It's been a little while.
It has been a bit.
So that is the water budget. Any questions? Fairly straightforward. Sewer. My last expense budget.
Is this last thing with that?
This is the last expense budget. I have a revenue presentation and yeah, I think I have one more thing to go over and then I can let you go. So sewer. So the revenue is as listed. Page 56.
Was the color choice on
Oh. Blame Excel for that one.
Those
Yeah.
match the original.
Yeah. It really looks like the color, doesn't it? Thank you. Thank you, Microsoft. There you go.
thanks to the mayor.
Yes. So, revenue sources, the operational are the first three. Important to note that when we go to a metered system, it's probably recommended, what most municipalities do is they do a percentage for the sewer rate. So if you get a water rate, they will bill you 70% of the water rate for the sewer. Just it makes it easier and fairer. Some people don't pay sewer because they're not connected to the sewer. They still have septic within the town limits. But if you have sewer, you would pay a percentage of your water rate.
So earlier, I don't know if you guys talked about it or not, you were saying that we're getting closer to the services paying for itself. Is that something that you're working into this?
For garbage?
No, for water and sewer.
Yeah, we're there.
We're there?
Yep.
Okay, because you said we're close.
Yeah, and then is it 70% right now? Like
No,
that's
it's a flat
substantially
rate.
lower.
So for everybody, it's a flat rate.
Right, but the ratio of water versus sewer isn't 70% right now.
No, it's not. But whatever that percentage is.
So
I use
you're
7%.
proposing that increase
Yeah,
in the.
I would give you a specific number. But, that's coming down the pipe for when we redo the utility billing bylaw for residential in 2027.
In 2027.
So it's 100% user paid. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea.
The more you use, the more you.
Exactly.
yeah.
How do you measure it? Goodness, it's just a percentage.
What do you need to measure?
Okay, the other three are capital level expenditures, so 40,000 RDUS capital grant, which would subsidize another hauled waste liquid pit. 337,000 for the capital levy, which is basically to pay off the debt of the $7 million water and sewer loan.
How come that's not in previous years?
I decided to split it up. I decided to get it out of general government and put it into each department. Again, to be more exact.
Okay.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
Quinn's running
Okay.
around.
Very good.
Steph's chasing him.
See ya.
And then infrastructure grants are based on the capital expenditures, which we will go over for now. We'll skip over the operational revenues and come back to it, or operational expenditures, come back to it. So Ponderosa lift station generator, that's been in the budget for a couple of years now. We haven't quite fulfilled that yet, but we will get that figured out. Culverts and lift station replacement, that's started, so that's a carry forward from 2025. Hauled liquid waste pit is at the RDOS's discretion, so when and if we need it, Jared flicks a switch and away we go. So.
Is the pit there?
There is a fourth location roughed in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Sewer trunk main line replacement, that is various spot repairs downtown, and it combines, is it gravity feed from Chiefman to Pine, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah.
That's correct.
And that's part of that infrastructure line.
Yes.
Pretty good for an accountant.
And these are spots that were identified with the CCTV?
Yes, so they were spots that were identified in the North Princeton feasibility study.
Right.
And then CCTV did help. The CCTV showed that there were mains that were actually bigger than what we thought.
Okay.
So some of the areas don't need as much attention. So with that, we're gonna fix some of the ones we do. And then there is a stretch between Achievement and Pine on Allison, I believe, that there's no sewer main. So I would like to actually put a sewer main through that spot, and then it'll leave some pressure off the lower spot by the river, and which where there was some restriction there. But if we can do that other main, that relieves a lot of pressure off of it, and we don't have to do any repairs.
Restriction in smaller mains?
Yeah, it was restriction due to kind of size, but mostly elevation. There was not a lot of flow in the spot, so when we get a big flow, it kind of builds up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the last thing you want is a build-up in the sewer department.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yes.
The things we
My
can say.
goodness.
That's right. I had to go there, sorry, my apologies. Lift station at Riverside Center, that is a carry forward. Nearly done that, just waiting for the last bills to roll in and some of the last work to be completed, so. And then Westridge, the Claire Jester, SCADA panel and replacement, both listed there.
Yeah. That's a carryover, and we will be on it soon. We were waiting for design drawings, and I think, yes, we just received them, so we can move forward with that pretty quick.
We talked about it quite a lot on it.
Yeah.
But you have the replacement as a 2026 number. 450.
Yeah, the replacement is new,
Yeah, that's a new one.
yeah. The
Which I'm
SCADA
going to
panel
bring into council.
was a carry forward. Yeah, so,
Which can be paid out of the 7 million.
So I have a question. Should that gas station do its development, because it has till February 9th to get their building permit?
They're still talking about it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. They contacted us and we granted them an extension on their DP till February 7th or 9th, something like that. Which means they have to have their building permit in to do it. Part of their project was bringing sewer to their project. Now, if that happens, would you continue with the replacement of this, or would you tie in the sewer line and do a parcel tax on Westridge?
Tying in of the sewer main from there would still be higher cost than this. The Claire Jester has ran for as long as it has. It's way past its operating timeline, and it's run great. So I mean, if we redo it, I don't see any issues with it running for another 25 years. As long as there's no plans for expansion up there.
that all told those talk died, eh, with, who was that, was it,
Charlie.
downtown? Huh? Charlie, yeah.
Yeah, he sold the property
Yeah,
to
that's right.
Weyerhaeuser.
Yeah, that idea is dead now, so.
James, I'm not seeing that last one on your Schedule C. 2026-001.
I'm up on there.
Thought it was on there.
That would be another suggestion if I could make one, is to put, oh, there it is, if we could put them in order,
Yeah,
like by project number.
yep, it's there, page
It is there.
75.
Sorry, I see it.
Yeah.
Really put my glasses on. Okay, and then but that's, it's listed on here as 450 on your budget and then 500 on here.
Yeah, I believe Jared asked for the extra 50,000 for that.
So should your budget then?
Yeah, it should be 500,
be
yeah.
I actually do have, I just got a recent quote, an updated quote for that. And it comes in at $556.
Taxes
Oh, taxes
Taxes
in.
in, but
That's
then-
taxes in,
Yeah, so you have to remove 5% from that.
yep.
So what is the amount before tax?
Pardon me?
What was your amount before tax? 500?
Before that it was
No,
450.
before taxes.
Oh, sorry. There's PST, so 499.5,
So you're 500 cut.
and then PST on top of that as well. Do we get? We don't
There
get
shouldn't be PST on top of a installation.
It's a purchase of the materials.
It's just a part?
They're parts, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The
Yeah,
purchase.
there would be PST. So PST counts. So 535.
Okay, we'll just change that.
Okay.
And keep track.
got them all in my head.
All right, and then reserve transfers. So the water and sewer project, sewer reserve pays for the SCADA panel and the Ponderosa lift station generator. Water sewer project covers the projects it covers. That would be the sewer main trunk line replacement this year. And the half of the Riverside Center. The other half is covered under the water and sewer project. And the general capital reserve at this point is for the Claire Jester replacement. We haven't really talked about the source of funds for that. So.
Would it be a parcel tax?
Only if I don't have to pay for the Ponderosa lift station. Any
You're
questions?
showing a conflict of interest, sir.
Yeah, really, I was gonna say.
Yeah. I might be.
You might be.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I would probably defend other neighborhoods the same way.
Okay,
So
let's
those
move
amounts
on.
All right.
are gonna be adjusted by your increase though to that part.
Yeah, well, we'll fix it, yeah. So, it'll balance. Okay, so, page 58, I will, the next slide on this one is revenues. And when it comes up, I will review that, but, we'll go through the reserves and just kind of, give a very broad overview of how the reserves are kind of functioning, because this is sort of what keeps us from going into a deficit position and getting the province all mad at us. So, where the reserves lay based on different inputs through the years. So you see the sewer kind of drops off next year with a couple of dips in it, and then it recovers. You see the water kind of dips next year, and then it recovers. So both sewer and water in the long term become net increases to reserves. So it's fine to use up a reserve, obviously, just as long as it doesn't go beyond zero, because we don't want to replace it with another reserve. The Indigenous Engagement Reserve, 84,000. You remember in the Protective Services budget that we eliminated that with the use of it for engagement around the EMCR issues, so that winds up at zero, and then for future years it is zero because it'll be exhausted. the province hasn't really announced that they're gonna get any other money for that, so. General operations, again, we're expecting it to rebound, and stay positive, but, it's all dependent on that EMCR money, insurance money, all the other money coming in for 2026, which we have some leverage on, but we haven't seen it yet. Land sales, so we are expecting a land sale next year, so that will replenish $200,000 of that. The statutes eat up 50 of it, so that's how it looks moving into the future. Parkland reserve, that will usually get added on to if we get a subdivision that requires parkland. I haven't heard anything from development services, so at this point we'll just leave it as interest, and if more money comes later, hooray. Woo! That's as excited as I get as a finance guy, sorry. Future amenities, so 4.186 is what we project at the end of the year. Next year we expect some amounts. 2027 is when we kind of earmark the potential for a major project using the Future Amenity Fund and some other sources of funds to construct a recreation facility. So I'm not sure how coy I want to get with that, but that's the goal is to use that up in fairly short order to build the recreation facility that's kind of earmarked for. Fire hall equipment, as I said, council has asked that $400,000 be reserved annually. A couple of vehicle purchases and truck purchases along there that eat up that in accordance with that. PXA, just interest going into it. Industrial park, just interest going into that. Landfill closure, interest going into that. Paving reserve, so we haven't used up our paving reserve in the last couple of years, so the budget shows that we exhaust that for next year, and then it stays at zero as we use up the gas tax. If we don't use it up, that will adjust to future years. Capital Works is interest at this point. Infrastructure, we have an annual add to that plus interest. That comes off the water and sewer bill as a levy. Water and sewer project, the projects end up exhausting itself in 2 years. That's the schedule that Jared's given me, so we run with it. Current communities is zero. We've used it up with the construction of the fire hall. Climate action, 195. There is a line item in the budget, and I don't remember glazing over it, but I do. Where did I put it? 1 second. So we did run into a problem in that we received $63,000 a year from the local government climate action program for a project that, actually no, it's in the bylaw, that's where it is. If you turn to page 76. So you'll see project 2026-009 is essentially a climate action reserve project. So it's a project that assists the municipality reach legislated climate targets, or projects that assist the municipality in achieving provincial climate goals outlined in the Clean BC Roadmap to 2030 or the Climate Preparedness and Adaptation Strategy. So it's a project to be named later at council's discretion. The reason I put that in is because we need to use up that reserve. The last one actually expired. That's why I went back and had you apply it to the arena reserve, because it was for those years. But we will need an actual project to do that that has a climate strategy to it. There's a number of building upgrades we can do, lighting upgrades, heating upgrades.
Right.
I don't know about a condenser. I don't know. Can that be a net zero thing?
So you said heating upgrades, could that even be this facilities?
Well, I wonder about a future amenity.
It'd have to be very, yeah, it basically has to lead on the Clean BC roadmap, so.
We'll look into it.
Yeah, so we're gonna get some ideas, and we'll probably bring them as a committee of the whole meeting, so that you guys can kind of sort over it, but, we need to use that up. We've been bad at just sort of sitting on it and twiddling our thumbs, cause, yeah, we're not big on the whole climate strategy first thing, that some communities are right on the ball, and we're just not there, so. Yeah, climate action deferred revenues, so that's just projects that we've received the money on that we haven't spent yet, so that's why it shows the 2.5 million leaving. That's all listed as infrastructure grants all the way through this document, so. As they come through. So the last page of that, page 62, that is our overall totals for reserves. So right now, projected at the end of the year, we have about 16.9 million. We use up some money. We use up a lot of money in 2027. That's a lot of future amenity and the water and sewer project and a lot of stuff that just kind of leaves in 2027. And then slowly increases and one more decrease for a fire department purchase. So you can see the final numbers were well above zero, which means we're not running into deficit funding, which would require remediation for the province or be against the law. So our budget is legal. Hooray! So that's that. Quickly finishing off the slide deck here, just to make sure that there's some context to our revenue side of things. So this is basically a graph of sort of where our sources of funds come from. Again, municipal taxation only represents about 16% of our revenue. A lot of it comes from grants, whether they are actually fulfilled or not. If all our grants got fulfilled that satisfied the capital plan, it'd be 50% of our revenue. Obviously that swings very wildly depending on how many projects we actually get done in the year. Sales and services 8%, return on investments 20%. That's just proceeds from insurance and people who pay the contracts that we expect them to pay. But yeah, it's when you start breaking it down, municipal taxation doesn't make up the largest, and it never has. So yeah, getting that extra 38,000 a year with a 1% here or there doesn't make a huge lick of difference. Another one of Randy McLean's favorite slides is tax on an average house and comparison to other municipalities. So at the end of the day, the target tax increase went with 3%. Try and keep things a little bit more affordable. CPI was 2% for the end of 2024. It stayed pretty consistent around the 2 to 2.5% range. We are kind of plotting on 5% increase in line items and 6% in, it's actually backwards, remember that slide, so there should be 5% increase in expense of the municipality and 6% increase in labor, not material subcontractors, my apologies. But with the 3%, there was some pretty, we did lay off an employee for administration, so we have a little bit more savings there. We kind of streamlined public works a little bit, so we have a couple of FTEs we'll save on that. No new employees. There's enough savings in the budget. We feel confident 3% increase will be enough. The 3%, 3.02 at this point, and it's based on, our taxes are based on the revised roll, which is released in March. They have released what they call the preview roll, which is their best guess to this point. As of November 1st, they release a completed roll. That's what gets mailed out to everyone in January. And then and then the revised roll gets done in March after the first round of appeals. So, I don't expect it to change that much. BC assessment rules are very safe. There's not a lot of risk to them. It's one of the safest assessment products in North America. So, I don't expect it to change that much, but it might change a couple of tenths of 1%. So based on, that's a historic point for the last 10 years. Mill rates, taxes, average values, and the average house. We haven't doubled since 2015. But yeah, with the increase in assessments and inflation and the amount of stuff we have to do versus what we did even 10 to 15 years ago for the province and downloading and such, it's just more expensive to run a municipality. So if your house stayed the same, your taxes have gone down, as listed there, probably 10 to 15%. Inflation is inflation, so. Okay, so there is an extra 0.5% based on non-market change. Should come up anytime now. There we go. So 0.52 is contributed by non-market change. So that's basically new housing, changes in use from commercial to residential and such. So 3.02% tax increase for existing houses. The extra 0.5% is provided from everything else, from new builds. Okay. We did get an approval through AAP for a fire hall. That adds an additional 1.9%, which is not included in the 3.02% tax increase because it was approved outside of the tax increase. It was approved by AAP. Alternate approval process. Okay, just for the record, this is on recording, so I just want to make sure that everyone is aware. Property tax information, so I create a property tax bylaw for council's approval in April. That's one half of it. I can't change that individually. I can't reduce the tax rate for low income. I can't reduce the tax rate for started businesses. I can't reduce the tax rate for anyone. What people can do is if their house is unfairly valued, they can appeal and they can talk to their assessor. So the 800 number is there, bcassessment.com or .ca. You can absolutely appeal and talk to the assessor about the value of your home. And if you think it's high, get it down because that will reduce your taxes. I say it every year. And the number of appeals that go through in the town of Princeton is 1 or 2 every year. If you can't get the value down, the other half of it is deferral. So if you have dependents, so kids, or you're over 55, you can apply to the province to defer your property tax indefinitely. So you'll pay 0 every year until your house is sold. The option is there. That program gets 9 or 10 a year in Princeton. I think it should be a lot higher because it's pretty much free money. You'll never pay it back until you sell your home. And if you're a low income senior and can't afford the property tax, it's a great way to avoid it every year and put that money in your pocket. Okay. The bylaw I think we'll review tomorrow. And because everyone seems to be kind of fading here. So the only thing I'm going to request from this group before I ask the deputy mayor to release this for the day, I have a staff report here.
I think Mark added it to tomorrow's.
Oh, did he actually formally add it?
He did a separate agenda.
It's the same meeting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no reason I can't introduce it now.
No, you can.
So we have had difficulty with our purchase card system since basically the time I got here. We have one purchase card. We keep it downstairs. It's used to book your guys' UBCM rooms. It's used to book our travel. It's used to book just about everything. The limit is fairly low, and if there's a lot of things going on at the same time, it sometimes jeopardizes our ability to acquire things via credit card. I asked Amy to look into different options for purchase cards, and she came across a corporate option from the Royal Bank of Canada. It gets us a $100,000 limit, but the cards either can be virtual, so we get a virtual card to pay for a specific product. The reason this is important is because if I'm buying something online, or I authorize someone to put a deposit on something, I can set the exact limit to be that amount of a virtual card. It pays it off, it kills it. So I'm not giving revolving credit, so no one can take their card and use it for fraudulent purposes, which is exactly what I want. It provides immediate service as opposed to Calabria, which takes often a week to pay off, which causes problems if we have a small limit. And it also allows me to change limits immediately. So if somebody leaves, I can set their limit to 0. And they can't go out and quit and then spend a bunch of money to not get it back. It's no cost. And I would ask that council approve the recommendation. They need the resolution from council before they can approve the transfer of the purchase card system over.
Make that motion.
See ya.
Seconder?
I'm second, I wanted to move it. Anybody that has a Calabria card, I think would be voting along the same way.
If I can bring up one point of discussion, Calabria is so difficult to deal with. Technically, Cheryl Martins and Michael Masaryk still have a card with the town of Princeton.
Oh my.
I can't delete it. They won't let me.
All in favor? Approved.
Thank you. And that's all I have for today. I'm going to make some changes and update the budget with the errors and omissions we've discovered today.
Perfect.
And we'll reconvene tomorrow to go over it, and hopefully we're happy enough with it so that we can proceed to second reading. And thank you for your time and patience and effort today. And yeah, any questions, I'm around.
Thank you for all your work. And motion to adjourn,
Just a recess.
or recess rather, till tomorrow.
I'll move to recess.
Seconder, Randy, all in favor? Or Councilor McLean, rather? Thank you. Till tomorrow.
I gotta get plowing.
I bet you do.